the joint meeting, largely because of the workload that both committees were carrying. So I truly appreciate your understanding in this regard, and I think we'll just endeavor to do better in future. My name is Kusela Sangoni Digo. I'm the chairperson of Communications and Digital Technologies. I'm going to ask the chairperson of Basic Education to just greet. She did indicate to me that she's in Limpopo and her network connectivity is circumspect. So she's asked me to just as much as possible steer the ship. But Honorable Maimela, if you could just try to greet the DG of DCDT is here, I'm sure, so she will be aware of the challenges that you're raising as we look for a speedy resolution to our rural connectivity challenges. Honorable Maimela?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much for accepting to steer the ship. Yes, I do hope the DGs intervenes in our issues here in the rural villages. And just to say good morning to yourself, good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee of both Basic Education and DTIC, and to the members that come from the both departments. Of course, you're correct, Honorable Chair, that this meeting is long overdue. We had to postpone it for quite some time. And it gives us a great pleasure that we're finally able to have this discussion, especially given the fact that our learners are going to be sitting for exams very soon and would want to hear the support that both departments are going to give in terms of technological support that they're going to give to our learners. So just a very warm welcome to our members as well and our support team. And thank you very much, Chair. You can continue steering the ship.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Maimela. Members, just very quickly, I think maybe because we haven't met physically, or no, we did e-meet the last time. If I could just very quickly just run through the members so we know each other once again. I'm just going to go through the list as I see it. Can I start with, I'm going to get this wrong, Honorable Bodlani?
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the meeting.
Thank you. Honorable Abba? Honorable Abba, are you in the meeting? Okay, Honorable Singh? Honorable Singh, are you in the meeting?
Yes, Chair, I am.
Okay.
Good morning.
I'm just looking for members. I was given a list. My apologies. If you could just give me a second.
Chairperson, Mr. Subrati will be a few minutes late, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I check if Honorable Lowe is here?
Present, Chair, present.
Thank you very much. Honorable Makakula? Not. Honorable Sharif?
I am present, Chair. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Sharif. Honorable Yordan?
Chair, Honorable Yordan is on maternity leave.
Thank you very much. Is perhaps Honorable Venderwalt in the meeting?
Yes, good morning, colleagues. I am here.
Thank you, Honorable Venderwalt. Honorable Ngadi? Okay, Honorable Mkhize?
Honorable Mkhize is present, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mtweni? Okay, Honorable Shikwambana? Honorable Komane?
Assalamu alaikum, I'm present, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Ngobeni? Okay. I'm not sure if I'm missing anybody. Let me move to communications. I'm not sure if Honorable Matafa is here.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Honorable Kabanchaba.
Thank you, Honorable Abanjaba. Honorable Nchabeleng?
Good morning, Chair, and
Thank
all
you.
members.
Thank you very much. I don't think I've missed anybody, honorable members. If I, Honorable Lishe.
Besenikhathazekile Chair, ndithi ndilahlwa nanguwe. Ndilahlwa nanguwe. Good morning, Chair and colleagues. Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Chair.
Sorry, was there somebody who was saying something? All right. Honorable members, I will take apologies, maybe just after formally also welcoming the Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Gwahube. I see that the Minister has joined us. You are welcome with your delegation, Minister. Can I ask the Secretariat to just take us through the apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, we have apologies for the Minister DCDT. The Minister is at a Cabinet Economic Retreat in Pretoria. We also have apologies for the Deputy Minister, who is at a Universal Postal Congress in Dubai. The DG, Ms. Jordan Diani, has also sent an apology, Chair, and she's attending a Cabinet Economic Retreat, as well as the Chairperson of ICASA, who is attending a council meeting. And as indicated, Chairperson, Mr. Subrati will be late. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Leading DCDT, because DCDT seems leaderless at this point.
The person leading the delegation for DCDT will be Mr. Sono, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much. May I check apologies on the basic education side?
Good morning, Chairpersons. Llewellyn Brown, Committee Secretary. Chair, we have Minister Khwarubi is present, but she has requested that she be allowed to depart a bit earlier, also due to the Cabinet retreat. Deputy Minister Dr. Mahule is currently abroad. She won't be able to join us, Chairpersons. And of course, we have the standing apology for Honorable Jordan, who is currently on maternity leave. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. With those apologies noted, then colleagues, perhaps we should get right into it, especially since we're going to lose the minister. There's only one item on the agenda, which is an update on the school connectivity project, if I can call it that. Members will remember when we met last, there were a number of issues that we had raised, I think initially for clarity, because the two committees were coming from different ends, if you like, of the school connectivity project. So we were trying to look for that middle ground. Where are we? What is happening? One of the things that we highlighted in that particular meeting was what seemed like fragmentation, both in terms of planning as well as implementation and deployment, not only of connectivity, but also issues of devices. We then asked the two departments to go back, look at what has been presented to us, consider the questions that the members had raised, many of them which we did not have time to go through. And then the follow-up meeting was to get a sense on those issues. Members will also see this morning there was the circulation of the digital education strategy, which I had requested from the department, given the fact that it was mentioned in the presentation that is before us. I think the DG did indicate that that particular document is still going through consultations, gone through the technical committees, so it may still change. And the department was then kind enough to say they will share the strategy, and we would obviously make some inputs in that regard should members wish to do so. So with all of that being said, I think at the core of our meeting is what the chair of basic education was saying, that we want to see, firstly, our state of readiness, how we intend to ensure that this project is brought to life. And I do want to say that for me, most importantly, is what we are doing working? If it's not working, what needs to be done to ensure that Parliament is able to support government in getting this over the line? With those few words, Minister, may I then welcome you to lead the delegations. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and a very good morning to the members. I am joined Apologies, Chair. I am joined in the meeting by the DG and his team from DBE. As indicated, the Deputy Minister is out of the country, and my request for an early departure, Chair, is to join the Cabinet Economic Retreat, which is currently ongoing. So I do want to apologize for that, because I think that the subject that we're discussing today is incredibly important. It just we were unable to essentially get out of this retreat. And thank you once again, I think, for both committees for asking us to go back and do this work. This is not the first time we are appearing before you about the subject. At our last engagement, the two departments were asked to work together on a single consolidated presentation rather than representing them separately. And I'm pleased to report that a lot of work has gone into between the teams at DBE and DCDT, and they've met, they've collaborated, and they've produced a joint presentation, chairs, that reflects the progress made, but also the challenges that we continue to face. I think it's going to be quite important this morning that we, one, have a consolidated strategy, as you indicated, but also that we are open and honest with the committee about the challenges that we face, because we are not anywhere near where we would want to be. And so there's some work that still needs to be done. The presentation before you today sets out the progress on the rollout of ICT resources, connectivity, and classroom technologies. It also outlines the work that's underway to finalize the digital education strategy, which will replace that 2004 white paper on education and provide a new roadmap for digital transformation in schools. Chairs must also note upfront that the work that has been done by the two departments will be able to, now you'll be able to track to see how the two departments are working together. Digital transformation education is our national priority, and we must acknowledge both, I think, the progress, but also the constraints. And I think that's why, for me, it will be incredibly important to have the members of both committees also making an input into the joint presentation that we will be presenting today, because I think we will be richer for it as we are trying to move closer and closer to essentially making sure that all schools are connected. Over the last 3 years, provinces have invested over 7 billion rand of their equitable share to provide ICT devices, connectivity, and teacher training. More than 500,000 learner devices and approximately 30,000 teacher devices have been provided, and over 10,000 classrooms have been equipped. Yet the challenges remain, particularly chairpersons in rural and special schools, where there are massive infrastructure gaps. The costs are astronomical, and sustainability issues still must be addressed. We're not shying away from these challenges. I think through stronger partnerships with the CASA, the private sector, international initiatives such as the UNICEF that we're working with, we're working to expand access and improve monitoring and ensure that ICT investments actually translate into better teaching and learning outcomes. So I trust that that will give, that lays sort of the foundation of what we will be presenting today. And I will give over to the DG to lead us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those remarks. DG, you are welcomed and you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members of both committees, Honorable Minister of Basic Education, colleagues from DBE, DCDT, as well as colleagues who are supporting both committees. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. As you correctly pointed out in your opening remarks with the chair of the Basic Education Portfolio Committee, that you gave us questions which we needed to go back and prepare a presentation on. So this presentation is very much framed by the questions that were raised in our last appearance to the joint sitting of the two committees. I must applaud the two committees for bringing us together. I want to be woefully honest, we're getting to work together much more than we did before, and we get to see each other much more often than it happened before. What I want to recommend is that perhaps the joint committees could go further and even bring in the regulator, bring in other role players, and I'm sure this will remain as the hallmark of the 7th Parliament, getting the executive to account, but also getting entities and other role player delivery in areas as important as this one. As the Minister has eloquently remarked, Chair, there are challenges, and one of those challenges are financial resources. Our economy is not doing well. We are in a very difficult fiscal space, but we need an investment. We need decisive action from government as a whole. We need bold decisions of investing in ICT and connectivity in schools, because by so doing you are investing in the future, because our young people are future citizens, future citizenry of the country. So Mr. Tabani is going to lead the presentation, which has been put together, as the Minister indicated, by DCDT and Basic Education. We've worked on this several times, and we're happy to get further guidance and proposals from the two committees on how we can improve going forward. And one of the challenges, of course, that we have indicated in the presentation, of course, is getting resources to invest as quick as possible in ICT and connectivity so that our children are on par with the other children in the rest of the world, but also to deal with the challenge of getting the devices obsolete within the shortest space of time. Immediately after you deliver these devices, some of them don't take long, they become obsolete, and you then have to replace them as quickly as you can. So I'm going to ask Mr. Tabani to run through the presentation. And chairs, you also, thank you for acknowledging the fact that the strategy, which is also a master plan of coordinating investment in connectivity in schools and ICT deployment, it's work in progress. We still have to finalize the strategy, and we're hoping to do that within the next few weeks or so to take it through other structures to get their inputs and then finalize it. Mr. Tabani, can we run through the presentation, please?
Good morning to the Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister Gwahube, Honorable members of the Joint Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies and Basic Education, senior managers from the department. Thank you very much for the background that the Minister provided, the DG provided, and the Honorable Chairperson provided. I will take you through the presentation. I'll be co-presenting with Miriam Paul, my fellow Chief Director from the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. But for flow of the presentation, she allowed me to go through the bulk of the presentation, and she will come in only to present 2 slides, which I will invite her at the time. And I think I will then skip the introduction, the purpose, the introduction, which members already have and are actually au fait with, and the background of the meeting that was held on the 20th of February, and that we are back to come and present the responses to the questions that honorable members asked. The first area that honorable members were interested in was to find out if there's any policy and legislative framework, and that have we done scoping and situational analysis. This slide provides the answer to that question, and it details a number of policies that are delivered on the far left under that blue section. These are the policies that are delivered by the Department of Basic Education, and the orange one in the middle, these ones are the ones that are delivered by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. And on the far right are policies that are delivered by other government departments like DHET, for instance, Department of Trade and Industry, and other entities, demonstrating that we use a whole lot of policies to guide the work that we have to do in terms of digital education or digital transformation in the country. And members were interested if there are any policy gaps that we have identified. And we said we have solid policies, as I just indicated in the previous slide. However, some of them needs revision because they were developed quite a time ago. White paper on e-education, as the Honorable Minister indicated, was developed in 2004, and that it does not take care of the development in terms of the rapidness of evolution of technology. It never envisaged artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, and big data science and all that. So it needs to be reviewed so that it takes care of all this and it becomes forward-looking as well. And below the policy gaps, for instance, there are mitigation strategies. I just spoke to that first bullet, and the second bullet talks about what needs to be done to review and update that white paper on e-education. There was a question on how do millions of learners become digitally literate, and what is the roadmap going forward. The minister indicated, and DG spoke to the digital education strategy, which is our roadmap into the future, detailing exactly what needs to be done, and that roadmap includes the reviewing of the white paper on education, and that these policies needs to be flexible and resilient, unlike in the past where they were just rigid and they were contained within time and space, and that the way the world is moving, we need agile policies that would accommodate the change, the fast-changing world. And the digital education strategy was presented at a number of forums, and it's under development, and it has been shared with the honorable members of the Joint Portfolio Committee, and DG invited inputs on that as well. And this digital education strategy, in a nutshell, provides us with the vision, the mission, and the goals. And this is our roadmap as basic education. And the vision envisions a South Africa where all teachers, learners, and stakeholders have equal access to digital technology resources and opportunities to develop the competencies needed to thrive in a digital world. And I think Honorable Chairperson spoke about the need not to ignore the rural areas as we drive this agenda so that no one is left behind. What are the key performance areas? They are detailed in our mission. And we are highlighting here that it is not about technology. It's not about the infrastructure, but the technology and this infrastructure are a tool towards improving educational outcomes, and that they must assist us to ready our learners for a future which they will be entering, and that they must be future ready. And as I indicated, that their learning must be flexible and lifelong, and that it must be influenced and driven by innovation that is forever continuous. Members asked, what are the objectives of providing learners with ICTs, for instance, or teachers with ICTs, or equipping our schools with that? They are contained in the strategy that we shared with you. And we've got 6 such strategic objectives. They speak to equitable and inclusive access, that speaks to connectivity device and platforms that must be made available, the digital content resources that are rich, that must support delivery of education, and improvement of digital competency of our teachers and digital literacy, as well as competency for our learners, and using technology to improve and modernize our school administrations, and that our current systems must be improved to ensure that we align with the best practice in the world, as well as bringing efficiencies and effectiveness in terms of administration of our examination and our assessment practices, as well as policy governance and regulatory frameworks that are led by accountability and accounting structures like yourself, where we know where governance lies in terms of reporting on these things, and that we've got a duty as both department to come and respond to our parliamentary accounting structures for guidance, for questions, for support. This slide here provides the value chain in terms of ICT rollout within our schools, and that it starts right from the planning of our network infrastructure, right up to the training of our teachers and of our learners on how to use this technology, and everything and anything that is in between, that includes content, applications and platforms, and user devices and other services that should be provided to ensure a smooth and seamless rollout and utilization of ICTs. On the far left, these are the government departments that lead this: DCDT, DBE, and other entities and accounting structures and regulators like ICASA, USASA, and the private sector. The members were also interested in knowing whether, have you done any feasibility study to fully comprehend the landscape of our ICT overview of the country? Yes, in 2015, we convened a massive Operation Pakisa Lab where all stakeholders from government, from private sector, from providers of technologies, from academia, funders, international agencies came together to come and conduct this feasibility study and come up with costed, detailed implementation plans on how we needed to do this. This was an approach that was adopted from a country called Malaysia, that in a very short space of time, bringing a wide range of stakeholders under one roof, assisted them to move very fast on some of the key government priorities. And we saw this implemented here in South Africa. And our efforts are led by our politicians. The president, for instance, made a pronouncement that said, we as a country are going to ensure that our learners are provided with digital devices that are going to be preloaded with workbooks and textbooks. And many of the politicians are champions of ensuring that we actually ensure digital transformation in the country. An example of that is this meeting, for instance. There was a question on, is there an implementation plan in place? Yes, honorable members, there is an implementation plan. Considering the cost of rolling out technologies in the basic education sector, for instance, which was astronomical, we then decided that we are going to take a phased-in approach in implementing and rolling out devices. And according to the call of our political heads, that our problem all the time is that we start with our quintile 4 and 5 schools, the haves. And that when we are done with the haves and the middle, we then go to the bottom. They said, we need to flip this thing. The phase one needed to focus on schools that were providing multi-grade teaching, farm schools, special schools, quintile 1 schools. Once we are done with this, it is only then that we can move to the other rest of the schools, quintile 1 to 3, and then end up with quintile 4 to 5. That is how our implementation look like, and this slide presents that as well. I indicated that it required huge amounts of monies when we costed that, and the figures came to 30 billion rand that was required, and government unfortunately did not have those type of monies. And the slides here gives you phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 as part of our implementation plan, informed by the estimated budgets that were available. As such, the rollout is not in tandem, but we are ensuring that it aligns to the implementation plan, and the aim is to reach every learner and every teacher with ICT resources in the country. Is there a plan in place to ensure that the required budget will be made available? The minister spoke to this, to say through the equitable share, the department and the sector have actually begun to allocate resources to ensure that we roll out ICTs. We also roll out this through conditional grants. We also do this through private-public partnerships where business inject investment in the rolling out of connectivity, of ICT devices, of teacher training. We work with universities, as the following slides are going to reflect on this. And these are the figures that the minister spoke to say in the last 3 years, the sector through the equitable share made available 7 billion rands, and it is broken down in those years to show the level of commitment. However, this picture, when you drill down in its analysis, honorable members will realize that provinces are not at the same level, and that unless we get the real support to ensure that the allocation of budgets are actually targeting those provinces that do not have the means, and ensure that they are supported to receive the monies that they need, or they are assisted to reprioritize, the unevenness will continue to be there. It is something that needs to be addressed. The table below indicates the cost drivers, what this money was spent on. The 7 billion, it was on learner devices, it was on teacher devices, classroom technologies, softwares, content development, teacher training, lesson broadcast, remote learning platforms. That is how the 7 billion was used. So it's not just about a technology push. It's not just about giving learners devices and then walk away. It's about ensuring that once these devices are provided to schools, they are actually used, because teachers are trained on how to use them, learners are trained on how to use that. They come with digital content, or this digital content can actually be accessed on the platforms that are available, that will be listed later on. Honorable members were interested in the question, are these technologies intended to replace the textbooks, as we have always provided learners with textbooks? And the answer is no. The technologies are not intended to replace the classrooms, but the textbooks, but they are intended to complement the textbooks, and that they are going to be rolled out side by side. Because these tablets or these laptops, they come preloaded with digital content that learners may be able to use. Some of these are textbooks and other additional resources that are on these devices. Some of these resources are put on platforms and can actually be accessed through the connectivity that DCDT makes available to basic education. And you've got the breakdown of those provisions. The minister spoke about this, how many teachers were provided with digital devices. And here the table shows how many smart classrooms we have provided throughout the country. Honorable Minister spoke to this as well. So this slide speaks about where a class is converted into a 4IR center with high technology, smart boards, projectors, and other emerging technologies within a school, and that we have created almost 2.5 10,500 such classrooms across the country, across all provinces, and the numbers are reflected there for honorable members to look at. What is the percentage of schools that lack connectivity infrastructure? And this slide answers this question, because members are interested in, say, we know the progress, but do we know where we have not done the work, and what is that we are planning to do? And we are indicating here that working with DCDT, the plan is to provide 16,000 schools with connectivity to ensure that those schools that did not have connectivity are going to have connectivity. And this number, 16,000, is the number that accommodates all schools that were not provided with connectivity in phase 1 of the obligations that were placed on the mobile network operators as part of SA Connect phase 1. After completing these schools, we believe that every school would have some kind of connectivity in the country. Learners are exposed to remote learning. We know what happened during COVID when schools shut down. So the department has put a plan in place to ensure that should we be hit by another pandemic, that we must be having at least a system where we are going to be able to reach our learners remotely. And it contains a number of approaches that includes broadcasting, both TV and radio lessons, and the zero rating of educational content, where ICASA places obligation of mobile network operators to zero rate certain educational sites, virtual classroom, online content and support resources, both national and provincial educational portals. DB and DCDT are engaging SABC as well to allocate a dedicated 24/7 channel for education, not just a program that comes at a particular point. It is a journey. There are negotiations for this airtime. It will not be an easy one, but if SABC can provide 24-hour news channel and 24-hour sports channel, we say it makes sense to provide a 24-hour education channel as well. So this is a way of readying ourselves for future pandemic. And these are some of the lessons that have been broadcasted already on the TV channels that we have. And these are the digital content resources that we have, where we report to members that we have already 152 titles, which is close to 70% of all state-owned textbooks have been digitized and are available on our DB website and are made available to all our schools as part of our digital transformation strategy. And the status of schools connectivity for teaching and learning, this is part of the phase 1 initiative, where we report that over 5,000 schools have broadband connectivity for teaching and learning. A lot of work still to be done to ensure that the 16,000 also have connectivity suitable for teaching and learning, and not only for administration. Members said, how are you managing this? How are you coordinating this? And I think both the minister and the DG spoke to that, to say, since your questions and your engagement on the matter, there has been greater effort by both departments to work together and to project manage together and to set up structures that jointly manage the rollout of ICTs in basic education. And these structures also include the mobile network operators who are part of these committees and part of these meetings. ICASA is part of these meetings. We meet on a regular basis to track implementation. And thanks to the Joint Portfolio Committee on saying we want to see you working together. What interventions are in place where there is no connectivity in rural villages and farms? We have to be innovative to ensure that where there's no connectivity, we provide learners with the type of connectivities that are going to ensure that they're able to access digital content. We provide what we call local content servers. Now, this local content servers, which we call C3, have the capability of creating a local Wi-Fi network within a school, and that through this server, all the tablets that are within a defined radius are able to log to this server and access all the content and all the resources that are on this server. So the content does not need to sit on a device, but they sit on a server, and a device would be able to log in, and learners would be able to access these devices. So these are the innovations that have been made possible by our business partners to say you can still in a rural area, in farm areas where there's no connectivity, to get children to enjoy some kind of offline digital solutions. What is the root cause of connectivity not being provided for learning and teaching? Honorable members, it is the absence of high-speed broadband connectivity like fiber, and issues of mobile network coverage, and high installation and maintenance cost that sometimes prohibits our business partners to take this infrastructure into those areas. However, the technologies that are available now, like satellite, enables people in the deep rural to enjoy the networks. We are aware that our families in the deep rural areas are able to have cell phones, and they're able to communicate with anybody. Being in the deep rural, that is a power of satellite. Perhaps these are some of the technologies that needs to be explored to ensure that we reach out the same way that the radio use radio waves to reach out to the very deep rural areas. Technology has, a satellite has such capabilities. Honorable members, the cost of deploying the infrastructure, the cost of data, lack of ICT equipment that is education specific, making the devices very costly. There are other challenges that are there, both in the rural and in the urban: vandalism, theft, all these things. When we take 10 steps forward, they take us 3 steps backwards. And these reasons still apply in the rural areas. There are other efforts to try to ensure that there is broadband in our schools. Telkom OpenServe, for instance, has provided high-speed broadband connectivity to this number of schools. And this is another initiative that is led by DCDT, where schools are provided with speeds up to 500 megabytes per second. These type of speeds, honorable members, are suitable for teaching and learning, where they receive uncapped internet access and Wi-Fi enabled routers that are provided in these schools. There are challenges with this as well, as other provinces like Western Cape and Gauteng are still not receiving this, because through their provincial broadband strategies and broadband infrastructure, they are able to provide speeds that are higher than this, 500 megabytes per second. So as a result of this, the rollout of this initiative still experiences challenges in other provinces, but there are other provinces that are so happy to have this. What will happen after the free internet service that come to an end? This was on the section of the report where we indicated that there are schools that are part of phase 1, where DCDT has now handed them over to DBE for DBE to take over the internet cost of the schools, and that DBE was not ready, and that but we have since went back, and DCDT said while DBE and provinces are getting themselves ready to take over these responsibilities, they will continue to ensure that the cost of the data to these schools of internet is taken care of. So it is something that has not been resolved completely, but it is work in progress. Connectivity to public schools and as they connect phase 1, and Yusuf, I spoke to this one. In terms of phase 1 of connectivity, what is the time frame for these schools to be connected? That's what I was talking about. We're still working on those time frames, because budgets need to be identified each of these 597 schools need to pay about 17,000 rands per month towards data cost, which translates to a lot of money, almost 170, 180,000 rands per year. So it is something that needs to be worked on, and it is reliant on budgets. And we hope that we will be able to solve this. If we are unable to solve it, we hope that honorable members would be able to help us to solve this. I reported on these public schools that received as part of phase 1. Let me not spend a lot of time on that. What plans are in place to see that they also provided with end user devices? Basic education is working on ensuring that public special schools receive devices as well. 406 out of 461 special schools were provided with ICT equipment. And this ICT equipment included assistive devices that are appropriate to the type of educational needs of learners that are in that school. And that also came with connectivity. And a total of 12,000 devices were distributed to these schools as part of these initiatives. The challenge was around one mobile network operator, which was Cell C, which was lagging behind, and having provided solution to only 36 public schools, and Cell C did not meet its obligations, and it was because of its operational and financial positions that they were unable to meet their obligations. However, the Director General wrote a letter to ICASA for ICASA's intervention to push Cell C as part of the obligations to ensure that they deliver. And DG also wrote a letter to the CEO of Cell C to get the CEO to commit and present an implementation plan of how they are going to ensure that they pick up on this. And Cell C has since provided its implementation plan, which we are tracking closely how they go about doing that. What plans are in place to see that they are also provided with end-user devices? This is the solution provided to special schools where they get 30 computers, laptops, together with charging trolleys. They get a 3G connectivity and LTE. I hope that Miriam will speak to the policy of Department of Communication on other speeds lower than this, the 2G and the 3G as well. What is the plan of government with regard to this kind of speeds, as well as assistive devices, as I indicated. And the solution is tailored to the needs of every school. A school for the blind solution is not the same as a school for the deaf, and is not the same as school for learners with autism. These solutions are differentiated, and each school receives according to the needs of every school. The issue of Cell C non-compliance, I spoke to that. Let me not spend more time on that. Special needs, there is no adequate monitoring. This was the concern raised by honorable members to say these schools are neglected. As you do your work and monitor all other schools, we don't see great or good visibility of monitoring of special schools. And we say the department acknowledges the importance of monitoring ICT impact, particularly in special needs schools, to ensure these technologies meets the diverse needs of these learners. We also recognize that more structured and consistent monitoring is needed. And additionally, we are committed as both departments to enhance data collection by introducing a dedicated IC impact dashboard, particularly for special needs schools, which will provide real-time insights into technology utilization by these schools. And we are working on this to ensure that should we be called to come and report on the work on this, we should be able to report progress on that. Let me invite my colleague, Chief Director, Miriam Paul, to speak to the next two slides on the universal service obligations. Miriam.
Thank you, Mr. Clavane. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and everybody on the platform. I am Miriam Paul from DCDT. So, talking about connectivity to schools, this is the current project which we are coordinating as well as working with the DBE to make sure that all schools have connectivity. So this is Universal Service Obligation of 2024. So ICASA decided to support the SA Connect program. And as part of the phase 2 of the SA Connect, one pillar is actually Universal Service Obligation to connect the public institutions. We call it as PSIs. So in that number, there is 16,139 public schools were allocated to the 5 licensees who received the INT spectrum license through the auction of 2022. So on the left-hand side, you can see that the actual allocation done to the 5 licensees, so that the total number of schools comes to 16,139. Also on the right-hand side, allocation of schools are given per basis of provinces. And one thing is noticeable that, Western Cape has no schools allocated because the province actually withdrew from the program, saying that they will have their own broadband connectivity program, and they wanted to connect schools in that program. So then we asked the 5 licensees to provide the implementation plan for this financial year. So that is the one at the bottom. So this is what they are planning. And also there was a question about the last portfolio committee, the joint one in February, why Liquid Intelligent Telecom didn't have much allocation, because they have the smallest size of the spectrum received. So that's why they don't have much. So that's why that note was given there. Then in the middle, I thought I will actually quickly show the progress made till 31 August 2025, last month. Every end of the month, we receive progress from the licensees. So you can see that this is the way. So 618 schools are currently provided connectivity through this program. Labani, can you just move on to the next slide? Okay. So there was also a question about if the school connectivity only through, the educational connectivity only through schools, or because there are libraries which also used for educational purpose. Yes, there are 570 libraries also included in the obligation. So we are also busy connecting libraries under the same program. So here I thought I will actually put a very, high-level implementation which was done per province. So this is that 618 in the previous slide is actually now broken down in per province. So you might think that why the education or schools connectivity is much slower than, for example, health connectivity. They will connected more than 1,500 or 1,000, around that number of health facilities. The reason is that DBE joined this program only in January 2025. So because the good reason is that this connectivity is providing only at 10 megabits per second, as well as only one router, Wi-Fi router at the school. So DBE was not really satisfied with that connectivity, and they wanted to. It is a real reason because they wanted to use this broadband connectivity for teaching and learning, but this 10 megabytes per second is not going to help them to do that. But so anyway, but they joined, and it's actually now going quite well with the implementation. One thing I want all the honorable members to know that, Gauteng e-Government Department, so they are in charge of the broadband connectivity in Gauteng province. And we did some connectivity in the beginning but now they completely stopped all the connectivity programs coming from this USO 2024. The reason they are saying that they don't want to have this low-speed broadband connectivity. Because of that, all the licensees are actually in a state that they can't do any connectivity in Gauteng. As well as that all the 5 licensees have good coverage and they wanted to continue with the connectivity and make sure that they meet all the targets set out by ICASA for this year. So I really would like to highlight that point to the honorable members. So anyway, so there is other issues also when it comes to school connectivity, or not only school, all connectivity in this program. One of the main thing is that verification of schools. So the number of schools you saw that it's 16,138. It's huge number. So licensees have to make sure that before they actually do the installation, the school has got the correct address. So that verification is also taking sometimes a bit of time. And there are RECA issues. So 3 of the licensees need a RECA information before they actually activate the SIM card. So they need somebody physically, real person, not like any robot or anything. They want to have a ID copy of the person and the proof of residence, which sometimes officials are reluctant to do that because of many issues in the fraud activities and whatever. So that also actually hinders sometimes the installation of these schools connectivity. So that's from the Universal Service Obligation of the 2024. Mr. Klabane, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. Yeah, the status of school connectivity for administration. Yes, we reported on this. And I think very interesting is this slide on school connectivity monitoring tool that to monitor connectivity in the country, we're working with Department of Communication and Digital Technologies and the International Telecommunications Union, as well as UNICEF, and Minister spoke to this, to ensure that we put a tool in place that is going to give us real-time report in terms of the status of school connectivity, and multiple stakeholders provide connectivity to schools. But we do not have a report on what is actually happening. We are currently installing this gigameter in schools. We're starting with Eastern Cape, where we are testing this solution to see how we can monitor real-time data coming out of school. And these are step-to-step processes towards the installation. And it speaks to the question that was asked on how do you monitor connectivity provided? How do you know that after it was provided 4 months ago, it is still there, that a school is still connected and the connectivity is still live after it was connected 10 months ago? Because I think when members do oversight visits, sometimes they get into a school, the school is offline. And they are reported that the provider was here 13 months ago, they installed, it was live, we were able to use it for some time, and then it went off for various reasons. Sometimes because we could not pay, sometimes we do not understand whether there are technical challenges or not. So it's important for us then to monitor, and I think honorable members are interested in this, to say what kind of monitoring are you providing? And the app provides us with this kind of information. When you log into the app, we are able to see every school in the country. A dot on the map represents a school. And if you put your cursor on any of those dots, it will give you information real time about that school. This information is loaded almost every 2 hours. It's updated. That on a day, the update happens almost 4 or 5 times. That I'm able to log in, see the type of speeds, see that it is live. If it is not live, the dot will not be flashing. For all schools where connectivity is live, the dot would be flashing continuously, and we are able to check. And we are able to follow up and see it is MTN that provided here, because the information there would be able to tell you who provided that connectivity. When last was this updated? What type of speeds were used? At what time of the year is the maximal use of the speeds? Valuable real-time data that is going to come out of this, and it is assistance that we are getting from UNICEF. It's an initiative led by DCDT and working with DBE to ensure that we have real-time data. There was questions about the platforms that are currently available for schools, and the slide here lists them: Tutong Portal, Matric Life, Solopili. Some of them are owned by partners like MTN and Vodacom, Siavula, and the DBTB, as I indicated. And we have e-learning platforms like Solopili and Woza Matric. I think in the opening comments, the Honorable Chairperson said, we're also interested in knowing how learners are supported, learners about to write matric, and how is this rollout of technologies supporting the learners. We've got platforms that are designed specifically for that, like Tsolopili and Woza Matric. Learners receive lessons on this platform on demand. On demand means they may not be able to log in when the lesson is broadcast, but at their own convenient time, if they log in, they're able to access that lesson. And these are fantastic resources that we have developed, owned by DBE, developed with partners. There are other platforms that are owned by provinces. Western Cape Education Portal, Gauteng Education Content Portal, KZN, Eastern Cape, and Mpumalanga, and other. Every province has its own portal, which is a repository of e-books, interactive revision materials, assessment tools, ATPs, and all other education resources. And all these are available free of charge to all the learners who log in. And it doesn't matter whether a child is in a province or not, wherever they are. A child in Western Cape can access resources that are in the Eastern Cape. The MTN Online School, Siavula Foundation, Vodacom Digital Classroom, we are providing honorable members with the links so that you may, at your convenient time, click on the link and see whether it is live and what is actually happening there. This slide responds to a question where members were interested on how is there any training that is provided to teachers and learners, and how are we as a sector positioning ourselves to ensure that we produce a digitally literate society. And we say through a number of key documents and produced by a number of bodies like UNESCO. UNESCO says every country must ensure that its citizens are digitally literate, and that we must do this by teaching coding skills to children and young people and foster soft and complementary digital skills, e.g. 21st century skills. The SGD4, for instance, we need to ensure inclusivity and promote lifelong learning, and that the proportion of youth and adults with ICT skills has to improve. Our NDP here at home, which is our blueprint and a roadmap for the country, says we need to improve equitable access to ICT services, which will require action to stimulate demand, and that the president in the SONA said this will be done through introducing subjects like coding, robotics, data analytics at the GET level. So we are introducing coding and robotics, and our plan is to make it a full-scale implementation initiative in 2026, and plans are way ahead. There are things that we're still dealing with to ensure that we ready the system, but we are assuring members that we are making baby steps, but moving in the right direction. Our citizens, as you are concerned, they are going to be digitally literate. What training programs are in place to equip staff and teachers with necessary ICT skills? We said the Department of Basic Education, in collaboration with a wide range of stakeholders, are offering various teacher training programs to support digital transformation in education. And some of these initiatives are government-led. Some of them are led by universities. Some of them are led by private sector and NGO partners. The Department of Education, for instance, we are running a massive Moodle learning management system training course. Microsoft offers courses and resources for educators on a continuous basis through the Microsoft Educator Center. Google is also offering training courses and resources for educators, and various provinces are also training teachers on how to use technology inside of the classroom, which we call ICT integration for teaching and learning. This is something that happens on a continuous basis. It never ceases. Technology evolves all the time. There's always a need to train teachers on the use of new technologies. And the slide here gives you the number of those that were trained, at least by government, those that were trained by Google and by Microsoft. The numbers are not reflected here. The numbers are huge. And there's a huge appetite by our teachers to be trained. And surprisingly, even the older cohort want to be trained on the use of technology, contrary to the belief that the older cohort do not have the affinity to technology. Members asked a question about partnerships. Are there PPPs with ICT connection, and how are the funds being allocated between hardware, software, and internet services? There was a slide which I presented to members on how the 7 billion rand is used, but that one comes from government. There are other funding mechanisms that come from other partners like Vodacom, Telkom, where Vodacom established 30 schools of excellence and 30 ECD centers have been provided by Vodacom, and 63 teacher centers connected in 2024. And Telkom process of providing 1,200 schools with fiber. We spoke to that. Cell C on a very small scale also making a contribution. MTN Connecting Every Child initiative, which the minister launched, distributed 2,700 ICT devices across 7 provinces. And this includes teacher training as well as device distribution. Anglo-American provided connectivity to over 200 schools, high-speed connectivity. De Beers also provided connectivity to schools, Platinum Schools. Kumba Iron Ore provided connectivity as well as ICT resources to schools in the Northern Cape through the Sishin Initiative and Kolomela. African Rainbow also provided. This demonstrates that we work with partners, some of them well-known, Google, Microsoft, that I spoke about earlier on. How is the effectiveness of ICT connectivity and integration being monitored? I think I spoke a lot about how we monitor ICT rollout and evaluation. Members were also interested in knowing that have we taken note of the work done by other countries, particularly those that are in the region and those that are in the other blocks of Africa like Kenya, Rwanda, that are in the Eastern Bloc, and that they're making huge strides, and that have we really studied the model? The answer is yes, we have studied the model, and we know that Kenya, the model involves appointment of a Brazilian company called Positivo that was awarded a tender to work with the local university, Jomo Kenyatta University of Technology, where the contract included provision of services to government manufacturing of ICT devices, and this assembly is happening locally in Kenya, and that these devices are then delivered to schools, and teachers are trained on how to use them. And this initiative includes equipping young people with skills to assemble devices. But the flow of development, because they usually use hands to assemble this, an amazing initiative. It is not driven by high-tech production lines, where South African production lines are almost high-tech, and that the robots are used to produce the gadgets that we use. So we are aware about what is happening. The positive is that youths are equipped with skills to participate in the digital economy, from assembly of devices. However, the slow of delivery, the pace of delivery is quite slow. One other thing that they do is that the devices are differentiated in that they are color coded. If they are stolen, somebody will know that this is government property, and somebody will not buy it because they know that it's government property, and they possess a government logo on them. They've got a tracking software that if they're stolen, they can actually be tracked. This is the Kenyan approach. A Rwandan approach is very similar. It doesn't differ much with that one of Kenya. The valuable lessons is that while Kenya and Rwanda were pursuing a one laptop per child initiative, they realized that it was extremely expensive. As we have realized ourselves that reaching out every child with their own personal device runs into billions and billions of rands, the kinds of monies that we do not have. The two countries have realized that. They have reverted to an approach of building computer centers where learners would have access to the 60 devices that are provided to a school, and the 500 learners or 700 learners in a school would have time to visit a computer center instead of a child having their own personal device. So they have since revised their model, and that was as a result of the cost of delivery. I spoke to this issue. The challenge were around the limited budgets by both countries. ICT teacher professional development is key, and they're pursuing it. The security of the devices is provided, as I indicated, and the measures that they've put in place to mitigate some of the challenges that they are facing. Members were saying, do we have a sense of the impact of the rollout of technology? That in as much as we can roll out and tick and say, yes, we have done it, are they making any impact? And do we have any scientific reporting on this? Members, yes, we're working with UNESCO through what are called GEM report, which they produce from time to time. The 2023 report said South Africa has made huge strides, and that there's huge political willingness from South Africa to roll out ICT devices. You can see we are led by the president, we are led by the minister, we are led by our parliamentarians to see how are we doing, how can we allocate resources, how can we ensure digital literacy and digital transformation in the country, how can we support you as policymakers and lawmakers, how can we support you to ensure that we make progress. So the reports point to progress that has been made, but it also points to challenges that we are facing. Some of the challenges picked by our accounting officers like yourselves. A lack of integrated planning, lack of coordinated working, lack of impact assessments, and all those things you have raised in the questions that were you presented last time when we met in February. But they won. OECD and UNESCO warn that we mustn't think that technology is a panacea. It will not necessarily solve all the problems that we have that relate to low educational outcomes, to issues of learners not being able to read and write by the year of 10, to the issues of our low numeracy and literacy skills that they will contribute towards resolving this, but they will not necessarily eradicate this. So as we approach the rollout of technologies, we mustn't think that they are going to solve all these things, but rather we must pursue them as a tool that we will use to support our efforts towards improving our learning as well as educational outcomes. Challenges regarding connectivity, the DG spoke to this. The fiscal shortfall, particularly to roll out high-speed broadband infrastructure. The mitigating action, we say the connectivity to government facilities, including public schools, were included as part of the USO, but that the speeds in the USOs must be revised to meet the demands for teaching and learning. And that the way forward is that the fiscal shortfall has to be addressed to upgrade the broadband connectivity speeds as per SA Connect policy, because SA Connect policy spell out those speeds towards 2030 to say, where should we be by now? So we do have policy, but we are failing to implement the policy because of the fiscal challenges. Some of them, including the funding disparities from government, I already indicated that. Theft and vandalism, I spoke to that. Delivery of social obligations, non-compliance by telcos, I spoke to that. Broadband rollout to areas in the deep rural areas, we spoke to that. A high-speed broadband required for teaching and learning and research, we spoke to that. And we are proposing that Parliament should prioritize funding for broadband rollout, and that the necessary challenges relating to fiscals must be implemented, and that DCDT through the regulator must be tougher on the telcos. And DG said it would be good if the Joint Portfolio Committee call all who are involved, including the mobile network operators, to come and report here the progress and the challenges and the plans of how each one of us will contribute towards the marching orders that we are getting from our lawmakers. The non-submission of implementation plans, sometimes by the mobile network operators, Miriam indicated that they are requested to provide, but they don't always provide. Devices that quickly become obsolete, how do we come with devices that are educationally suitable and sound? Non-availability of contracts to procure education-specific devices. Our current contracts only speak to procuring devices which are commercial in nature, and so the general society, when they steal them, they can still use them. That we need devices that will remove all other functionalities, that an ordinary citizen will find the device useful, but only remain with functionalities in a device that an ordinary citizen, if they steal it, they will not find it useful, but a child would find it useful. The cost of ICT devices in the current CETA transversal contract needs to be looked at. Government should impose obligations on the ICT original equipment manufacturers. These are manufacturers of devices to provide schools.
Mr. Tavani, let's move to what's concluding, please.
Okay, thank you, DG. Yes, that was actually the last slide, DG. The next slide is a recommendation to the Joint Portfolio Committee to note the report. And thank you very much, DG, Honorable Minister and Honorable members of the Joint Portfolio Committee. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. I'm not sure whether Mr. Sono would want to comment and then hand over to the chair, the chairs of the joint committees.
Yeah, thank you very much, DG, and morning to the honorable members on the platform, the minister, if she's still on the platform. I think the presentation was very explicit in terms of responding to the questions that were raised by the honorable members at the last meeting that we basically attended. I think as a republic, we are on the right path in ensuring that we connect the unconnected, and we can only do that if we also take into consideration the schools, which sits at the key or which are critical to ensuring that we, as we do digital everything, we do not leave them behind. It is our continued objective as government to ensure that as we achieve universal services, the schools also come with us, because these kids are definitely the future of the Republic. I do not have to repeat what Mr. Tlhabane had said. Maybe during the questions, I'll also be able to can respond, DG, in case there are any questions from the members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Sogone. We are done from our part, and thank you to honorable members.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG, for steering that for us. Truly appreciate it. And let us welcome the presentation, very, very comprehensive. I did not try and stop it because I thought that it was really, really critical information that's dissecting the issues as they are presented. Without trying to shepherd the views of the members in any way, but I must say that I am seeing a lot of improvement from the last time. Maybe it's because you're speaking directly to the issues that the members were raising. So sincere appreciation from my part on that. Honorable members, that is the presentation before you. As it has been said repeatedly, that this follow-up meeting sought to answer the issues that had been left hanging from the last meeting. I'm going to invite you to make your comments, whether they are follow-ups, probes, new questions. I would like, so that the discussions are a bit directed, that perhaps we take a round of, can we say, 3 or 4 hands? We get responses and then we'll move to the next round. So at least we can focus instead of just having a wholesale list of people. So the first names I've got is Honorable Mkhize, followed by Honorable Bodlani. Are there any other hands, colleagues? Okay. Honorable Sharif and then Honorable Shikwambana. I will stop there and then I'll come back with Honorable Low. Nyanibona nonke baba. So I do have Honorable Low, Honorable Magagula, Honorable Nchabeleng, Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Mkhize, Honorable van der Walt, Lishe, Komane. Let me take the first 5. We get those questions, we get the responses, and then I'll come back to the next 5. Please do keep your hands up, honorable members, so I can refer to them. So Honorable Mkhize, you'll be followed by Honorable Bodlani, followed by Honorable Sharif, Shikwambana, and then Honorable Shikwambana, and then Honorable Low. In that order, please. You may proceed, Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Sipeto Mkhize, and greetings to the both co-chairs, the ministers as well, present DGs, and the honorable members of the joint committee being undertaken right now. Chair, one is participating in various committees while one tries to focus on this one and matters related. But Chair, we do monitor certain trends and patterns across different portfolios. And what is currently being observed is that there's a pattern that every time when it comes to rural schools or rural communities or facilities, they're always found lagging behind in any form of development. So that's the first concerning area to notice, Chair, to say. Here again, on issues of digital divide, the people from the rural communities are becoming a victim again. The schools, the kids in rural communities are once again becoming a victim of this government. And we are therefore, Chair, pleading with everyone to feel sincerity of this matter. And now we think it's time to call for a structured fact-finding process to establish why we see patterns of neglect, lack of development when it comes to anything that got to do with people in the rural areas. Because you could speak of technology, you could speak of infrastructure development, but the patterns are quite clear here. The rural communities are neglected. We need to find out now. Is such patterns because of government lack of prioritization? It is technical failures? Is it related to demographic factors? Or it's just pure recklessness when it comes to the rural communities? So we submit, Chair, that perhaps the Joint Committee and other committees actually look into this to say why we see these consistent patterns moving forward. Third contribution, Chair, would be saying, thereafter, once we know what are contributive factors to this atrocity happening for schools in rural communities, let us make sure that there is a clearly resourced remedial action plan with clear targets derived from baseline. And I think this committee has made the very same point. The DCDT made a very same point to say we should stand up a national school connectivity data hub, singular source of truth. And what is that truth? Is needs assessment, is the situation on the ground. How many schools need digital connection before we look at how many schools we can afford to digitize? I was excited, Chair, to see that the target is 16,000. But I'm asking myself, are resources allocated against that target? Are time frames clearly set to say by when those schools will be digitized? So we need that plan, Chair. And I'm happy to see that for DCDT, it seems you are very clear with your targets and you base them on needs assessment. You do not make targets in terms of what you think you can afford, but you make targets in terms of what you think is needed on the ground. And I need to applaud you for that. That's an attitude even the DPE needs to take. Set targets according to need, not according to funds. Because if you do that, funds available. Because if you do that, you hide the reality from the public. And in that way, you're deceiving the public. You say you've reached 100% of targets, while you have actually responded by 5% of the need on the ground. So that's what we are asking for, Chair. Fourthly, the list of schools forming part of the baseline must be published, Chair. We propose that the list of schools part of this baseline must be published. And why we propose that? So that each and every school, Chair, could be able to go to the same list and check if their name appears on schools that need connectivity. Because if it's not there, they will then be able to initiate the process of being included in that list. And why we're making that point, Chair, is simply because we've realized that the data coming from the ground is not reliable. It was the same case with the Gender Equality Commission, which indicated that the statistics that are getting to make findings is not authentic. It's not real. So what we need to do to bridge that gap is to allow the schools themselves to check the list and enlist themselves if they don't appear. So that, Chair, we have a real picture of our baseline. What is the need on the ground? We propose that, and I'm happy that DCDT also made that point, similar to the Gender Equality Commission and similar to Fiscal and Financial Commission. They made the very same point. The targets are not correct. The data that is gotten from the ground cannot be relied on because it's like people, they thumbs-up some of the numbers, but they don't look at the real situation. So to improve public participation and influence in our baseline, let us create platforms that make people be able to check themselves if they appear on those targets on their baseline, so that if they're omitted, they're able to add themselves. Fifthly, is a question: how does DCDT deals with dilapidated infrastructure? I'm curious about this, Chair, because I know from the DPE side, there's grossly dilapidation of infrastructure, and to the level that there are no roofs, to the level that there are no windows and no doors. Now I'm asking, how does that affect your own work as DCDT? Because if you install these devices, you install them, you need proper structures. And I'm asking myself, with the structures that we have, under DPE, how does that then affect your own pursuit of targets? Because I can imagine that you'll say you're going to put this device there, but you find that the walls are falling and you can't be able to put your devices there. So I'm curious, how do you deal with that quagmire? And Chair, this also leads me to structured questions that I'm going to ask as I'll be approaching my summary. Question one, Chair, some of which were slightly engaged, but not to the final dot. Question one, why has the costed operational Pakisa ICT plan never been funded, forcing provinces to spend 7.1 billion in a fragmented manner? What percentage of the 12.7 million basic education learners currently have functional connected devices, and when will 100% coverage be achieved? Why did the government accept the Universal Standard Operation 2024 specifications of 10 megabytes per second and a single router per school when this cannot support classroom integration? When will the 209 disconnected SA Connect schools be connected and all 597 schools upgraded to teaching grade connectivity? What is the funding plan for sustaining the 1,224 open serve schools beyond the free 5-year broadband period? When will a national satellite education policy be finalized to connect rural and farm schools, and how many schools will be connected by March 2026? Of the 545,938 learner and 30,818 teacher devices procured, how many are functional? How many were lost or stolen? And when will a transversal device support contract be concluded? Why has CERC been allowed to delay connecting special schools until 2026? And when will ICASA escalate to the CCC for enforcement? And that is Complaints and Compliance Committee, CCC. We need answers on this, Chair. And the last two questions. When will the Giga real-time dashboard be fully operational across all schools? And when will a public version be available for accountability? The last question, what measures are being taken to hold provinces such as Gauteng accountable for blocking universal standard operation implementation and delaying the national targets? So with those questions, Chair, I'll just finalize by saying, noting the presentation specifically, the provinces are uneven in terms of the challenges. Yes, we agree, and budget allocation. What's the plan to correct that? We need an answer to this because we hear the very same thing across different portfolio committees, Chair. And it's worrying why we're not addressing this uneven situation and perpetuating the atrocities as a result. Planning to provide 16,000 with connectivity. There, Chair, the question would be, what is the time frame? But I did get at the end of the presentation that the view was that it is delayed by shortage of funds, fiscal gap. So how do we then plan to address this as government? There should be a specific answer. And if we think we can address this, we should be able to be honest to society and say we're failing to address the fiscal gaps that you are seeing, so that we are properly documented as a government of failure and look for other opportunities. Lack of financial resource is major cause for poor rollout, and it's a concern, Chair. There is no adequate monitoring. How do you address that? It has to be addressed. It can't come back next time as an issue for us to look at. Last 2 points. The fiscal shortages needs to be addressed, Chair. Back to that previous point, when we're going to be equal to that challenge. Lastly, non-submission of implementation plans, perhaps by the suppliers and all that. What is done, Chair? And the reason why, Chair, I'm asking is because sometimes these suppliers are our friends in government. Thus, we can't hold them accountable. We let them run away with every form of matter. And that has to stop. We need now accountability taken. Those who fail to send implementation plans, there should be proper actions taken against them. And it shouldn't be a matter of taking the tender away and let them go with 100 million they've already chowed. They need to bring back that money. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. You can't say lastly 5 times, you know. Lastly must be lastly. Honorable members, please stick to 5 minutes per member. There's already 15 hands, so you can see how much time it's going to take us. Honorable Botlani.
Lastly, Chair, I would also like to welcome the presentation and good morning to Minister Gwahube and the team that she is leading together with the DCDT. Chair, your committee, we behave well, so I will do you proud. Chair, just to really welcome the coordination between the DCDT and DBE. This is really what we talk about when we say government must really stop working in silos. Integrated coordination and implementation of projects is exactly what is needed at this time. So we really welcome the collaboration. As well, Chair, when we were at GovTech last week, we saw Minister Blade Nzimande, the Minister of Science and Innovation at GovTech. We'll also love for the DCDT to also speak to us about, not in this meeting obviously, but in the future, what sort of collaborations they would be having with that department, because at least with what we are seeing here, we see that there is a future in collaboration. Chair, on the issue of Gauteng province and the Western Cape, while I appreciate that the department is saying, I beg your pardon, while I appreciate the department is saying Western Cape and Gauteng are doing their own implementations, ultimately, they are the custodians of connectivity in the country. There should be a way for them to be able to report back to this committee on what has been done. And if they are unable to track the work of the Western Cape and Gauteng, it means that there is a misalignment. And also there could also be a possibility to miss the opportunity to miss the best practices that the two respective provinces could be using, just presuming that their numbers are high and that they are really meeting the obligations. So I do not accept that they will not be able to really tell us what is happening in those provinces. They remain the custodians. The Gauteng province, the training figures are really low. And I try to also answer myself to say, is it because Gauteng people prepare trainings that are maybe provided for by entities, organizations like Google? Does the department know that where do these people get trained if they're not trained by the department? Why is the training uptake this low? And again, if they are taking training by private service providers, the department must also be able to come to the portfolio committees and say, we might not have trained these people, but because we are the custodians of the process, these are the other numbers that we can also report on the portfolio committee. So you should be able to fill the gaps for us so that it does not look like there's people who are falling through the cracks that are not getting the training that our children need to have educators that are sufficiently trained. With Mpumalanga province, Mpumalanga is sitting at 4 schools that have been connected since 2015, if I understood the presentation correctly. I thought with provinces like Gauteng and Western Cape doing their own thing, it would mean that there would be a shift in resources to other provinces. But how do you end up with Mpumalanga sitting at 4 and I did not quite hear what interventions are going to be made to make sure that at least the figures are brought higher. And as Honorable Mkhize, who happens to be my neighbor, by the way, passionately said, why are we leaving the rural areas behind? Why would Mpumalanga end up with a figure of 4? And I'm hoping somebody will come back and say, no, it was a typo. And on CLC chairperson, I don't know who is representing ICASA in the meeting, but ICASA must really be seen to be having teeth. We appreciate that the matter between CLC has now been resolved on their delays with the implementations. But what are the consequences that CLC is going to face? There should be some sort of penalty so that mobile operators know that there's consequences in missing the deadlines that have been placed on themselves for social obligations. So I don't know who would be able to speak to that on ICASA. The security of the infrastructure remains a big issue. I would have loved for the departments to tell us how they ensure that they improve security in schools. I know it's a different it's not their obligation per se, but you don't then put infrastructure when you see that your own infrastructure, when you see that you do not have secure infrastructure in the schools. What stakeholder engagements have they done to ensure that there's security? Because what we have also seen is that when there is community buy-in, the community is active in protecting that investment, so that you do not walk away and tick a box and say, we have provided this school with whatever infrastructure is necessary for the children to be connected. You walk away, the next day the school is vandalized. So what sort of interventions are made to ensure that there's buy-in from those communities, that the investments are made? Chair, the last meeting, colleagues spoke about the funding model to cover the connectivity costs as part of the recommendations that we made. So my question would be, what sort of financial transactions happen between the two departments, if any, and how are those monitored to ensure that there's not a lapse of governance because of our eagerness to see connectivity happening? How are we managing those things? I'm also very happy to hear that there is a special emphasis on making sure that learners in special schools are getting fit for purpose infrastructure for them to be able to be connected. One of the things that has really bothered me about DCDT is the battle with project streamlining, which ends up in duplication of schools and connectivity projects. How is DCDT working with DBE? I don't know if I'm still there.
Yes, you are, Honorable Bodlani.
Oh, sorry, the screen change. I do beg your pardon. Sorry, I thought I had lost the connectivity. So the question was, the DCDT battles with project streamlining, which ends up in duplication of school connectivity projects. What are they doing differently with this project to make sure that there is no duplication of effort? And of course, Chairperson, we are really happy with the update. And like you said in your opening remarks, this should be a regular encounter. And we should also, as a portfolio committee, see which other committees we should be doing this with if we are to really move the needle and change things in the country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you for the presentation. Good morning to everybody online. Chair, I'd like to start by saying that the DG's opening saying that it's the first time that the two departments are working so closely together. I think that's a really good step forward. And we need to just ensure that collaboration continues moving forward. Now, Chairperson, you will forgive me because I am new to the Department to the Portfolio Committee. So I did miss the February meeting. However, I did go through the minutes to try and catch up. Unfortunately, the minutes did not give too much information. They only raised issues the committee raised, questions and recommendations, which is why we're having this meeting. So if I do ask questions that were already provided answers, please do forgive me. Chair, I'm going to start off with just a basic question that I had going through this presentation, specifically when you're giving school learners devices and access to the internet. I want to know, is there a plan or a mechanism to ensure that it is safe and that only specific apps are used or it's limited in terms of what you can surf online? Just how do we protect the learners from the internet? We know the internet can be a good place, but we also know it can be a very harmful and bad place. So just answers around that. In terms of the Department of Basic Education, I want to find out what is the timeline for the review of the white paper on e-education. It was mentioned that the review will happen, but I would just like a timeline so that we can monitor that work. Then it's spoken about the digital education strategy, and in the slide it says that they will share it with the portfolio committees. I would really like for them to do that. In the presentation, it's pretty clear, excuse me, that provinces are essentially responsible for implementing the digital education strategy. So I just want to get clarity what the role of the DBE and the DCDT will be if provinces are implementing? Is it simply oversight? Is it simply providing the cash for it? Just clarity, because, Chairperson, when we start looking at implementation, it's going to be important to call those who are meant for implementation to our portfolio committees to hold them accountable. And if provinces is that, then that's what we will have to do. On the slides, it speaks about the Council of Education Ministers that need to meet to endorse the digital education strategy. When will that be happening? Can we get a timeline on that? Chair, Operation Pakisa is 10 years old. So in the slides, it says 2015. It's literally 10 years old. And from what I gather, from the little information that I've got, there seems to be minimal movement. And, you know, Chair, it's very unfortunate, because if this was implemented 10 years ago, can you imagine where we would be today? And on the slide, on the presentation, it says that the biggest issue with Operation Pakisa was funding. So has this changed? And how will the department ensure that resources are prioritized and ring-fenced for this? Because, Chairperson, the last thing we want is another Operation Pakisa 10 years from now when nothing has changed. So COVID-19 disrupted the pre-implementation plans as per slide 13, and it says it was revised. Can we see the revised plan, specifically regarding the phased approach? And then, Chair, it speaks on provincial education departments using their equitable shares. I think it's important for us to get a list of the PEDs who have done this and what exactly they spent money on. And what are the financial investments made by PEDs, and what each province did, essentially. Then I see there is an estimated budget. How was this estimated budget put together? What is the plan to either get it at a better price or raise money in order to fund this budget? And how much money was allocated from 2019, from the 30 billion the president was speaking about until present? Chair, I want to then speak on cost drivers. Now, they mentioned software procurement, classroom technologies, lesson broadcast, remote learning platforms. Are these all outsourced? So do you get consultants or service providers to do this work, or is there a plan to do it internally to save costs, like getting a programmer as part of the department, getting a software engineer as part of the department to save money, because we know that there's fiscal constraints. So how do we look at it in terms of a better way to look at it? And then in terms of this, can we get a list of consultants that they've used with the work done and the cost of the work done, and information around who they are? Chairperson, I would suggest that the department should provide information to the portfolio committee when they receive quarterly reports from provinces, so that we can track their spending. Lastly, Chair, the presentation was opened from saying that there are devices that are obsolete. Now, again, apologies, I don't always understand everything, so explain it to me like a 5-year-old. What does that mean when a device becomes absolute? So, Chair, I'll leave it at that, because a lot of my answers were already a lot of my questions were already asked. But if there is a chance for a second bite later, I would really like to come back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif. Sorry, I forgot to acknowledge the presence of ICASA. I think I had seen Dr. Charlie Lewis. I'm sure he's noting, and he'll also come in on the responses. Honorable Shikwambana.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this time and greet everyone who's present in this meeting. Chair.
How do you greet us when we don't see you, Honorable Shikwambana?
I don't have electricity where I am, and my network is very bad.
All right. Thank you. You may proceed.
And it's because of these load reductions that we are having across the country. It's not my making. So, Chair, we have a serious problem of connectivity in our schools. Those that are doing their oversight visits to schools will agree with me that majority of our rural areas, our schools are not connected at all. And if there is connection by any chance, it's only meant for administrative purposes. And that is a crisis on its own. We are leaving a majority of our young people, we are leaving a majority of our kids behind in a world that is driven by the technology. And we always speak to say we want to produce a better South Africa, and a better South Africa without better and well-equipped future leaders. I don't know what are we actually expecting to see in South Africa, because currently we're not well equipping these people because we're leaving them behind on this technologically driven world. So, Chair, I will pose my questions here. I've got few questions that I want to put. 2019, the State of the Nation address committed to provide every learner with a digital devices within 6 years. So my question will be that what is the status of this commitment made by the president in 2019? And as of now, how many learners across the country that have received these digital devices, more particularly in the rural areas? If we can get to know that. The white paper on e-education is outdated, and the new digital education strategy is still awaiting SAM approval. When will this strategy be formally adopted, and how it will be costed within the medium-term expenditure framework? How are the department ensuring that the rural farms and township schools are not left behind compared to the urban and suburb schools in terms of the connectivity and the distributions of the digital devices? How are learners with disability being prioritized in both infrastructure and the content design? Why is internet in South Africa not free? I don't understand, because we are struggling with our internet in South Africa, or connectivity on its own. Sometimes where we have these learners who have got digital devices, they can't even make use of them because there's no internet, there's no network, they can't connect. So why are we struggling to actually provide or make means of having a free internet access in South Africa, like many other countries that are doing? What is that are we doing as a country that is not actually up to standard as compared to other countries? Because I think if other countries are able to do that and provide internet for free for their people, we can, as well as South Africa, be able to do that. But if we can get to understand in this meeting, what is the difficulties? What is stopping South Africa to provide access or free access to internet and connectivity to our people? Where does the benchmark draws, or where does the department draw its benchmark amongst countries with good practice in terms of a provision of network and connectivity in as far as the matter is concerned? The last question that I have, Chair, I want to understand, because from the presentation I had, there was a mention of some connectivity campaign that is taking place. I just want to understand what is this all about, this connectivity campaign? Is this campaign not going to milk government of its revenue? Because to me, it sounds and it looks like a death trap by business. If we can get to be explained and be taken through as to how this is going to be rolled out, and how is actually government going to benefit, or the government is going to be the feeder and also take its revenue and its money just to pay for this connectivity campaign without us benefiting anything from that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shikombane. Honorable Low, members, with your permission, Honorable Low will be the last one in this round. We get responses because I'm also trying to manage that we don't keep asking the same question without a response. So I'll take Honorable Low, ask the department to come in, and then I'll come back to Honorable Magagul. We do have 2 hours still left of the scheduled time, so I'm hoping that approach will work. Honorable Low?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'll also show my face and close it because I've got disparities in terms of the network issues as we're speaking with connectivities. Let me welcome you and welcome all members. I think there are disparities between the report that has been reported here in terms of the progress and the realities on the ground regarding the ICT connectivity in our country. More so in the schools cannot be overlooked, Chair. We need to remain more vigilant to ensure that the the oversight is not bled by while recipients of these services they are the ones who are crying the most. It is quite important that we need not to avoid a system, or we should avoid a system that disappropriately favors the wealthy while leaving the poor behind. I mean, as an equitable access to digital tools, it is important for ensuring that there's quality education in this current century of the South Africa. So I think the presentations, it comes with a significant and critical state of the ICT connectivity, and it also seeks to highlight the equitable access to digital tools, which is quite important. So despite the progress that we have highlighted and that we have noted, Chair, I think there are significant gaps that we need to look on to, that we need to deal with. And I think the presenter tried to highlight all of them. But it is quite important, as you highlight, they should highlight and respond to progress as to what are the issues, because of we are confronted by an uneven progress, because we must applaud the joint program. But there are challenges of funding gaps and rural connectivity that remain prevalent to our people. It means we haven't done much. We haven't touched the base of people that would want to touch. And like other members have echoed the sentiments, what confronts most of us not to attain is to forget where deeply we need to focus at and look at where we could be able to improve our infrastructure. What is also a problem that we need to look onto, there's a policy gap in governance. We need to look onto the existing education white paper that is outdated, that requires an urgent revision to align with the current technological demands. In addition, so that it can be we were able to look on the progress on the 2019 State of the Nation address, where we have pledged for digital devices that has not met its expectations. So we need to make reflections on that. We need to align our governance and policies. They must respond and they must impact. And they must also reflect as to what becomes our concerns in terms of that. We should also look onto operational issues where there are concerns regarding the sustainability of connectivity initiatives, which are quite important, particularly in relation to the transition from services to viable cost model after initial grants that has expired. I think furthermore, there's a lack of clarity regarding the total cost of ownership for such devices. We need to be clarified so that we're able to know. We've been putting a strong emphasis with regard to ensuring that rural and special needs schools receive adequate resources and support to prevent marginalization. We're saying that because those are the most important and significant people that would need to look onto the rural areas and those that are having special schools, so that we're able to deal with such and close all of these issues. I also want to say, Chair, in what I've presented from the policy framework and the sustainability planning, I'd want to pose these questions where, in terms of that, what is the timeline for the formal adoption and publication of the new digital education strategy? And then how will this strategy be funded within the medium-term expenditure framework? I would want to check that. Which operation service provider providing free fiber for 5 years to certain schools? What plans in place to sustain connectivity beyond this, particularly with regard to the operational expenditure costs? And then my last question will be, how are DBE and DCDT ensuring that the needs of rural and special needs schools are prioritized in both infrastructure provision and the availability of relevant learning materials? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Low. I'm not sure what's happening with that screen. Technology is just showing us flames this morning. DG, over to you. The members would have taken 25 minutes to ask their questions, so your limit on answering is the same. If you could please just assist us and be, I think, just be very focused, because there are a number of repeating questions that are coming up, especially the worry around the outstanding revisions to policy. DG and DDG Sono, you may go first, DG.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you, but we can't see you, DG.
Oh, Nkosi. I hope, yes. I hope you can see me now, Chair.
We can hear you and see you. Thank you, DG.
Let me, because I'm afraid of the speed. Thank you very much to all the comments and questions, Chair. And thank you for acknowledging that we came this time much better than last time. We left not happy because you were not happy, and we tried our best to work together even better. And maybe that's why we look slightly better than we were last time. Indeed, in terms of policies, I'm just going to touch some of the areas broadly, and Mr. Tlhabane and Mr. Sono will help me to deal with specifics that come from honorable members. Yes, Operation Phakisa is about 10 years now, which is true that it since happened. And we did the costing and we shared the figures when we did the presentation. It was around 30 billion that we required to provide every learner with a device, the same to teachers, and ensure wall-to-wall connectivity for each of our schools. And clearly, the government indicated that that money is not available. And then we then look at prioritizing how we could start, taking portions of the elephant bit by bit. We then said, here is our game plan and our priority. We focus first on the most vulnerable, which are learners with special education needs, special schools. In the presentation, we have shared with the committee on the progress that we have made with network operators using their license obligations to connect schools for learners with special education needs. That I can confirm. I've been to these schools. Many of these schools have been provided with devices that they require for teaching and learning. And I would want to invite honorable members to do a turn at some of the schools. And I'm going to ask Mr. Tlhabane that we also provide details in terms of the geolocation of the schools. There are about 450 of these schools for learners with special education needs, so that honorable members, when they go out for their constituency work, can check what we are talking about. That's the most vulnerable in any society. And then we said the second group would be multi-grade schools. We need to provide devices and connect multi-grade schools because teachers there are faced with unique challenges of having to teach more than one grade. So connectivity, it has shown, there's a body of research that shows that can help to beam lessons. You can be able to do, you cover more grades, at one go. And we said those are priority number 2. Priority number 3 is quintile 1 to 3 schools. Our connectivity has been targeting quintile 1 to 3 schools. And the logic is simple. Quintile 4 and 5 can actually, out of their own accord, mobilize the corporate world to even invest more for ICT. We said our priority 3 is actually quintile 1 to 3. And even our connectivity, if you look at schools that we've been connecting are quintile 1 to 3 schools. Quintile 4 to 5, our last category of schools. And again, even in terms of schools that we've been connecting, we can actually indicate where they are, the districts so that if members do their constituency work, they can also check them. What is the major challenge that we have? I don't want to say a stumbling block. The major challenge that we have is to get enough financial resources to cover every learner, every educator, every school. That's our major challenge. And we have acknowledged that. We are looking at different modalities. I've presented already the issue of social obligations in terms of the network operators, which has helped us in terms of covering learners with special education needs, and other partners who came to the fore and mobilized the corporate world to help us to meet the gap of the digital divide. When it comes to policy, we have acknowledged that White Paper 7 is being updated. It's outdated. We're updating all our policies because many of them were developed in 1994 and 1996. And therefore, we are bringing them up to speed with the latest. And of course, you have to get into an exercise before you do an overhaul of your policy, such as a white paper. You put up ministerial task teams with vast skills in various areas to do that work. So in terms of White Paper 7, that is being done. It might take a year to 2 years, but the strategy, we should be able to implement the strategy next year. We are just left with the Council of Education Ministers to consider it fully. Once it has been considered by the Council of Education Ministers, the strategy should be implementable next year, early next year. It has already gone to our technical MINMEC. It has gone to HEDCOM. The last HEDCOM looked at it, and HEDCOM gave it a thumbs up. HEDCOM has now recommended to our political MINMEC, for our political MINMEC to consider that. We had one yesterday, but the agenda was too congested. That item could not get into the agenda of HEDCOM. So maybe let me just stop there and ask Mr. Tlhabane quickly to cover some of the specific questions that were also asked. And I'll just go through the list in the meantime as he's doing that to check what he might not have covered. And then after that, maybe Mr. Sono could also come in and assist us with those that are specific to his department. Mr. Tlhabane, quickly, please.
Thank you, DG. And
Mr. Tlhabane,
thank you, honorable chairpersons and honorable members.
You seem to be breaking badly from my
I will
side.
attempt to respond to a few of these, considering the time that the chairperson gave us. Can you hear me, DG? I'm in the office.
You're breaking badly from my side. I'm not sure about the chair. Chair, can you hear Mr. Tlhabane clearly?
No, he is breaking badly, but then there's moments of lucidity. Could we try it again, Mr. Tlhabane? But you are breaking.
If you could go out of the office, because the network in the office at times is not that good. Connectivity is extremely insulated in terms of our walls. If you could get out so that you can come out much clearer.
Okay, DG, maybe
much better, much better now.
Is it much better? Okay, DG.
Okay, just stay where you are.
Let me try.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, DG. Yeah, there was a recommendation from Honorable Mkhize on our planning that should have clear targets and based on baselines. We do have baselines, Honorable Mkhize, on connectivity that dates back to the time that we started working together with the Department of Communications on bringing connectivity into schools. If I'm right, I think it's way back to 2014, and that we have reports on the progress that has been made. But the recommendation is clearly noted and accepted. Perhaps maybe in future we must come with those baseline. He indicated that the baseline must be based on needs, and that the targets must be based on needs and not on budgets. We do follow that type of planning. The issue of the budget was coming in to say, after we have put our plans in place and we have costed the plans, the cost was this much. And I think DG indicated that when we then went to look for this type of resources from government, they were not realistic at the time. And I think maybe the picture might even be worse now, but innovative ways were sought where the equitable share budgets were actually identified. DG-led meetings with National Treasury where we presented those budgets and targets to National Treasury through 10 by 10 initiatives. So your recommendation makes perfect sense, and we welcome it, and I think we can share this historical work. And then, the list of school faming the baseline, I spoke to that. And the Honorable Bodlani, your point of saying you're also interested on the figures from other training providers, so that we don't have everybody and anybody doing work in the space and we're not monitoring what is happening and we are unable to report on that. I think it's information that we can get because we have a cordial working relationship with providers that are supporting us in this way. Honorable Sharif, is there a plan and mechanism that is in place for e-safety? That's how I actually know that, yes, we have guidelines for e-safety as basic education to ensure that undesirable sites are blocked, not only for learners, even for us officials. On the net that I'm on, there are certain sites that I cannot access. So the same thing happens with schools. And what is the time for review of the white paper? I think DG spoke to that. And I think we should be able to come back to the portfolio committee with progress at the time that DG would be comfortable and the minister that we have made considerable progress. The role of DBE and DCDT, Honorable Sharif, on the point that you noted that provinces are implementing, what is the role of DBE? Our role is defined by National Education Policy Act, NEPA, and other related policies that says the role of DBE is policy development, monitoring, and support. So all these policies that we say are outdated, it is the role of basic education to ensure that they're updated. It is not the role of provinces. The strategy, it is a role of DBE to develop the strategy, and the role of provinces is to develop implementation plan that form part of the master plan of rolling out the imperatives as outlined in the strategy. We do have a concurrent function, as members are aware, but we negotiate that with all the necessary sensitivity. What are the cost drivers? And if there are consultants that are used, what are the costs? Is there any work that is done by DBE? The development of the portals that I spoke about, we develop them ourselves as basic education. And in cases where we are assisted by other partners, usually a memorandum of understanding is developed because most of the time they pay for the cost and then they donate these platforms to the Department of Basic Education. For instance, right now we are modernizing our SSMs. It is DBE that is leading such an initiative. We have people who are assisting us, but DVE is injecting the funds in the development, appointing the developers. Your last question was, can you be assisted with understanding? What do we mean when we say a device is obsolete? It is when a device needs a replacement. It cannot work anymore. It cannot work with the latest technologies. And the applications and the hardware that is on the device, it's no longer compatible with the latest hardwares and the softwares that are available in the market. And some of these things are as a result of how the providers of developers of the hardware as well as the softwares design their programs. You are compelled to upgrade from time to time. And if you stay with the old software, it will not work anymore. So it is how they make their business. So hardware, it comes to a point where you can't even replace the components anymore. It's like a car where I can replace a part. But it would come to a point where even replacement parts are out of market. You can't get a part anymore. So you are forced to buy a new one. So technology evolves rapidly and it becomes very obsolete. It is generally accepted that the lifespan of a device is about 3 years. If you can push it, it can go to about 5 years. Usually, a lot of technologies, you can use them after 5 years, Honorable Sheriff. So you are at the point of replacement. And the Honorable Lord, the policy gap, DG spoke to that. Yeah, I think most of the issues that he spoke to, DG responded to. DG, thank you very much. Let me stop there.
Mr. Sono?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the honorable members for the questions. There was a question from Honorable Mkhize in terms of how many schools that are going to be connected, Chair. There's more than 16,000 schools that are going to be connected. And some of these particular schools, the connection that we're offering, it's based on the obligations that has been given to the operators. Now, we also need to put it on record that while there's these particular schools, some of them, they were connected before, so we are simply upgrading this particular school in terms of the connectivity that we are providing. There was also a question around what we're doing to digitize schools. One of the obligations that we give in the operators, especially when it comes to dealing with schools with special needs, they are requested to deliver as per the guidelines of the regulator, around 30 tablets, 2 routers, SIM cards, 2 gigs of data, an interactive whiteboards, projectors, disability softwares, and hardware tools. So these are in terms of the guidelines that are provided by the regulator. There was also a question, and I'm glad that Dr. Lewis is in the meeting, around the CASA not having teeth, and of course why the question was not, the issue of Cell C not escalated. The question came from Honorable Mkhize and Honorable Bodlana. Indeed, Chair, the matter was escalated to Triple C. Cell C was given around 107, so they had done 67 at the time. So the remaining 40 was left outstanding, and I think this was due to the COVID and of course the challenges, financial challenges that Cell C had at that particular time. But I think we've seen that they are on a different course now, trying to change the direction of the company itself. So they've sent implementation plans, which they've started to put to connect the same particular schools. Out of the 40 that was outstanding, they've done more than 50% of those particular schools. But I think Councillor Lewis can also come in and complement on the issue. There was also a question of how DCDT is dealing with dilapidated infrastructure when we get to the schools. What we're doing when we get to schools, there are situations where we find that where we want to put labs, they are not up to speed, and as the honorable member had said, the infrastructure is dilapidated. So the MNOs will take it to themselves to fix where possible. I think also taking into consideration that it is also not their responsibility, but they do not go and just dump equipment. They go to an extent of ensuring that they put in frame doors in the different schools to ensure that we address the issues of theft. There was also an issue around the satellite policy being finalized to ensure that we connect. While we do not have a national policy in place, we do connect some of these areas using a what we call VSATs. There are satellite terminals that we also are using, and hence, when you look at the speeds at the different schools, you'll find that they differ, and depending on the type of technology, where we're using in some of the rural areas, we go using these VSATs as a means of connecting this particular chair, school's chair. There was also a question from Honorable Bodlana around the schools in Mpumalanga being 4. These are the schools in line with the new obligations, Honorable Member. And the reason why in this round they sit in less, it is because I think we had the same challenge that we were having in Johannesburg, let me say in Gauteng and Western Cape, where the schools were not responding to the call of the regulator. So, but they are now on board. So hence this particular number in term of around 4 in terms of the latest obligations that were given to the schools. There was also a question around project streamlining to ensure that we do not have duplications. One thing that we had basically done to address that, we jointly with the MNOs and ACT, we appointed what we call a PMO, and since last May, and I think this particular program, it ended this May. It was a 1-year implementation where we hired a service provider that was assisting in the cleanup of data to ensure that the duplications that the honorable member was speaking to, they get to be addressed. Now, while that particular service provider had ended, we are sitting on a weekly basis. We're having an EPMO, which continues to work together to ensure that we address any challenges, and it's constituted by the department, both departments, the regulator itself, and the different MNOs that are given this particular obligations, honorable members. Then there was a question, I think it was addressed from Honorable Sharif's. One of the things that has been done, the devices that are given to students, they are locked, only allowing educational access to ensure that issues around cybersecurity it's not experienced. Then Honorable Shikwambana spoke to problems with connectivity in the rural areas, and I think it is not only affecting schools, but I think in general and broadly, rural connectivities of the Republic are not connected with best speeds. Those that comes from rural areas, we all experience this particular challenges, and I think these are basically because the operators, their focus it's mainly on areas that are profitable. But the regulator, since this particular round of licensing, they've issued and looking at the different ties of the operators and the different spectrum that has been allocated to say you need to prioritize connecting the rural areas. And we've seen today that there are some rural areas that are starting to have 5G coverage, and we hope that in 2029 we will reach that particular threshold that all the rural areas of the Republic are sitting and getting the necessary and best connect technologies. I think members will be aware that the department had issued a policy where we say all the 2G and 3G at some point they need to be switched off, meaning that the Republic would have a 4G latest technology and 5G, and if we move into 6G, it should be the way to go in terms of connecting South Africans. But in terms of the schools, and to address the concern that the member spoke to, Mr. Tlhabane in his presentation, he spoke to what we call a C3 plus server, which basically acts as a local, it acts like a local Wi-Fi. You do not need technology and network connectivity. Now, students at schools who are having these devices, so this particular server would act in allowing them to connect to the school's content. The only difference is that it doesn't allow them to go to the internet. And I think with the question that was raised by Honorable Sharif of saying, how do we make sure that these are secured? Our belief is that if they can access educational content using this particular C3 server, that should be primary in ensuring that they do not get to be left behind as other provinces continue to be connected. There was an issue also from Honorable Shikwambana around free internet and why is the Republic not taking following what other countries are doing. And unfortunately, Honorable Member, free internet for citizens, it's one of those that might not be possible. However, from a government point of view and with schools, and I think we also are having a program at the we call it the digital transformation, where key government programs are going to be freed. We've done that during COVID. Unfortunately, we had to stop it a bit because it was abused, where other companies were posing as government, but it has since been addressed. So we've started this program again from scratch to ensure that all the government sites which are key, they are accessed free, but we can't, unfortunately, and I think it will be the collapse of the mobile operators if, as a Republic, will offer free internet. And it will cost people losing jobs. But from key government departments, we are zero rating those particular sites to ensure that South Africans can have access to that. There was also the same issue from Honorable Law, which spoke to free fiber to schools. I think it's important that when we continue to roll out SA Connect, we need to also look into the fiber side of this. We're doing it, but the scale it's not good enough, and due to financial constraints that we continue to face in this particular program, and you find that we're using other means of connecting schools. Fiber would have been the best, and it would have ensured that the right speeds are delivered to the different schools. Honorable members, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sono. We have run out of time, but I do want to give Councillor Lewis maybe 2-3 minutes to just respond to some of the issues directed at ICASA. Councillor Lewis?
Through you, Chair.
Yes, Madam.
My name is Kitumetse Setsedi from ICASA. Councillor Lewis is sending his apology. He's currently attending a council meeting. I do note, however, that all of the issues that he would have addressed were addressed by Mr. Son. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kitu. Can you please inform the chairperson of ICASA that we will be taking another round of questions and we are requesting that somebody be available to respond at the end of the next round of questions, which should be in about half an hour to 45 minutes. But we do need responses from ICASA. So if you could please just make sure that we have somebody here at that time. Thank you very much, DG, Mr. Hlavane and Mr. Sono for those responses. Let me move to the last round of questions. It will be Honorable Magagula, followed by Honorable Nchabeleng, followed by Honorable Shongwe, Honorable Mkize, Honorable Komane, and then I know that Honorable Ngadi and Honorable Abanjaba also had their hands up. So if they would wish to still pose their questions, I will give them an opportunity. Honorable Magagula?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Just show up my face and switch off the device.
Thank you, Mama.
Chair.
I just want to say, Mr. Sono,
Yes.
this is an indictment on DCDT that we can't have normal meetings with videos because of connectivity. I hope you're watching. Thank you, Honorable Magagula. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the department has set up systems and the standard to meet on the connectivity. While acknowledging that both Gauteng and the Western Cape, they have their own connectivity doing, I just want to check if the department, those provinces are meeting the standard which is required by the department. And also in terms of monitoring, are they going to have a system to monitor those provinces also? And Chair, I think in terms of bullying, to avoid bullying, I take this system as the class of the future, and that in a long term, it will develop a system which will have avoiding, in terms of avoiding bullying at the schools, and also remember that those bullying sometimes lead to suicide, and to avoid that going forward, the department has a long term in terms of providing such a class of the future, that the connectivity will also be up to standard at that time, that we can even provide the classes at homes to avoid this bullying and the suicide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Magagula. Honorable Nchabeleng?
Chair, thanks a lot for the opportunity to actually speak to the committee as well as the executives from the department. I think maybe the first question should be posed to say that 7.3 billion has been spent on digitization of schools and schools connectivity, etc. The current crisis and challenge that we are actually experiencing is that out of that money spent, right, we haven't seen any dividend flow out of it with regards to a social dividend that must be paid to our people. The connectivity problems are still massive in schools. There is the aspect of the teachers' challenges. I mean, 6.7% of teachers have been trained, which means literally nobody has been trained on this digitization. Our children are still carrying school bags with massive amount of books behind them every day, going to school and in the public schools. I'm one of the only maybe member of parliament that still has his children in public schools. I know this experience and I have seen it. The old technology works perfectly fine. I don't know why is the department still trying to digitize when they are doing it so wrong and terribly so. You know, I know Mr. Seleki told us huge promises and lovely stuff about what they're doing, but most of it is not practical and has not been done. So can we get to the point where we can move from the promises and the lies and move to reality? Schools are not connected. There's a massive problem of school connection. We just came back from a portfolio committee weeks where we've seen with our own eyes the level of digitization and the level of connectivity in our schools. The Wi-Fi that is been spoken about is not even existent. Children are sitting with a little bit of a Wi-Fi that it actually just connects them to a little bit of device that doesn't even function. We've been to TVETs, we've been to schools, we haven't seen that. We've been to even public other institutions, and it was quite really dismally, disheartening to see that money is being spent, but there is no dividend flow out of that money being spent. So somebody is lying at the process at the department levels when they are saying that they are doing this process and project of digitization, but when we come to the reality of implementation, there's nothing. When we talk about tablets, for instance, devices in schools, these devices in terms of your tablets for children or your laptops, none of them exist. We've been to, and you can maybe, the DG or the DDDG can make us a promise to say on an oversight, he will take us to a school that is of excellence, that has all of these things implemented. And there is this, technology being visible and being utilized. So far, none of it exists. It has just been a textbook, a checklist spending, whereby companies have been given tenders to say they will provide digital learning devices, such as your laptops, such as your iPads, such as your tablets. And with regards to connectivity, companies have been given tenders to do connectivity for devising, connectivity for schools, connectivity for Wi-Fi and broadband. But at the implementation level, none of it exists. The schools are still without internet. The schools are still without connectivity. Kids are still without tablets that helps them to access curricula, textbooks, as well as learning materials. The old system works perfectly. Textbooks are still excellent. Classrooms are still using chalkboards, and teachers are still using the old school infrastructure. But with regards to this digitization, most of the promises made by the departments are pure lies. None of it exists, even your smart boards and everything. First of all, I mean, let's get to understand. A smart board is meant for broadcasting purposes, where you have one teacher in one center, in one studio or one environment where he can broadcast a lesson to almost every school that has the capacity to receive that particular broadcast, whether it's live or whether it's recorded. Why are we installing smart boards in schools, spending hundreds of thousands for smart boards that are not even functionally usable? You don't have teachers that understand what a smart board is, how to use a smart board, what to do in terms of the training. So it means we are affecting our people. We're just doing the spending exercise, but we're not following it up with the capacity building. Our teachers need this capacity. If we had given our teachers the capability to be trained, to be given capability to understand these technologies, how they work, to be given capability to make sure that they can start designing technology. I mean, I see in the presentation, they talk about AI-related training material and training resources developed. This is all lies. I mean, we have to get to the point where we can be realistic and truthful in the presentations that we make. And not only that, the challenges that we are giving over to our kids, where they don't even have a simple lesson calendar on a text, on a tablet. These children, most of them already have their own devices. You can't even send them a WhatsApp calendar for the day, as well as activity schedule, as well as technology that they need to carry, whether it's books or whether it's e-learning material. We don't have that currently. And yet the department comes here and tell us that they are implementing these most wonderful things when we know all of it doesn't exist. And it's a complete lie and untruth. Because if this existed, if 3 billion was used to empower schools. Can I tell you how much it will be? You would have over 500,000 learners with properly enabled technology devices at a cost of 14,000 rand a device. So when we are told this thing, sometimes, I understand in the old regime, people would come and make this kind of presentations to committees and expect that they will not be questioned. We are not the old people anymore. You're not going to come here and give us short stories of what you think we're going to be accepting. And because it is in the old system, everybody will just be happy and say, you know what, government is performing. No, this is dismal performance. This government is not performing at all. The department is dismally underperforming. The DJ himself can't even connect online on a simple video technology like this and give us a decent presentation, let alone the DDG. These people are supposed to be running digital connect, digitization of schools, and they can't even use technology themselves. I mean, this is really bizarre and ridiculous. We need to change the status quo. We need the officials to take us serious and make sure that they change the ability in how we're doing it. So far, this has been a dismal, really, very, very saddening situation. We are going to come and do oversight of these promises that are made, and we want to see what has been done. If you implemented this DG and DDG in the schools, our people will have jobs. We will create the economy that we need. Unemployment will reduce. Education quality will improve. And so far, none of it is done. So we employ upon you to please keep to your promises and make sure that you have implemented. Your service providers, go hold them accountable and make sure that they deliver. Connectivity is the biggest problem in South Africa. If schools are connected, half of our problems are sorted out because half of our population are learners. We would not have these problems that exist in South Africa. So can we get to the bottom and start working? We want to see a government that works, not a government that makes promises and delivers nothing. Thank you so much, Chair, for the indulgence.
Thank you, Honorable Ntshabeleng. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Ngiyabingelela nakubalingani bethu kwi-committee nama-officials onke. Chair, kuningi okukhulunyiwe. I don't want to repeat okukhulunyiwe kakhulu, but Chair, I think we as a committee, umsebenzi wethu is to analyze the problem and get to the core of the problem and solve it. We are all repeating in day one, Chair. Before I go forward, Chair, kune honorable member engenile yathi she apologizes that she might be repeating questions because she's new in the committee. I would like to tell her, manje, I came here, I think it's a year and a couple of months ago. The department has been repeating the very same thing. The only thing that has changed in that briefing, Chair, the presentation, is that of that slide, it says South Africa with the green dots. And when you look at that slide, green dots, Chair, it tells you that South Africa, almost 80% has been connected, which is a complete lie, Chair, a serious complete lie. But Chair, as a committee, our responsibility is to really analyze. And I think the core of the problem is that we must acknowledge ukuthi country iphethwe ipolitiki. And who is going to benefit? Kuyohamba ngokwepolitiki noma ngokwenhlangano ethizeni. The way mina ngibona ngakhona, Chair. Why am I saying that, Chair? If we invite Minister Soli, we invite Minister Kwafube to go eTonga. There's a school called Siboshwa Primary School. Siboshwa eTonga. There's a school called Tanda Primary School in KwaMhlushwa. There's a school esibizwa ngokuthi Sakhile High eMagunjweni eMpumalanga. There's a high school called Engodini, still in Mpumalanga, Chair. The two primary schools, Chair, the pit toilets, agwele, Chair. How do I talk about connectivity? Kusagwele ama-toilets, Chair. It's difficult in Tlizweni, Chair, to really say asikhulumeni connectivity kuphela. While I know, Chair, right now, the program is connectivity. But Chair, I think the problem is, Chair, the two ministers, interest yabo nenhlangano zabo, they are not for the poor and marginalized people, specifically black people. Kungizwisa ubuhlungu, Chair, ukuthi bengizokhala kubo ngithi ministers, if you can do monitoring and oversight on top of the department, we will then get results or yield results. The department has been saying in day one kaningi and not delivering, and nothing happens to none of them. They get their salaries, njengoba njalo, they get their allowances, they move around and do izinto abazenzayo, but nothing happens to them, Chair, because the core of the problem is monitoring and oversight of these things, Chair. Heads must roll, Chair, because if abantu abashayo, Chair, kuzohlala kunje. We went to oversight, Chair, in many of these provinces. Those green dots on that map are not true. You get to a school, you find they are smart board TVs, but they are not working. If they are working, they only have electricity to switch on, no internet, nothing to display there. Those that they say, yes, they are seventh, you will find that they are limited on data. They can only teach to a certain level of megabytes. So that's a problem, Chair. But we may but let's face the problem with this, Chair. If these schools were in an urban area where white people are living, they wouldn't suffer like this. Qiniswa silibekeni singasalibalekeli nje sekuyisikhathi. Ngibhlungu ngoba vele labaphathi abawu2 ophethe i-Department of Education nophethe i-Communication babuye enhlanganweni enganandaba nabantu abamnyama. Therefore, okubhlungu kakhulu nje ukuthi bengizokhala kubani. Bengizoya ku-president ngifike ngithi president nasi isimo awufaka induku. But upresident izolo lokhu usukume yena wakhuluma enhlanganweni yeqembu elithize wathi abantu abenza kahle ama-councillors e-DA yiwona enza kahle ukudlula ezinye izinhlangano. Kuyangithusa lokho Chair ngoba sengiyabona ukuthi ukusho kanjani upresident ukuthi abantu abenza kahle mawukuthi ufika eKhayilisha ezikoleni zaseKhayilisha eCape Town ayikho i-connectivity. Mawufika e-Eastern Cape ezikoleni zakhona Chair akuhlanganiswa ngalutho ngisho ama-pit toilet lawa asekhona maningi, amanzi awasebenzi, amanzi awekho kulezi zikole i-connection i-West nje. So it tells us Chair the problem kahle kahle is the interest of the people. What interest does the department have ngabantu bethu? So that's why we should fix the problem, Chair. I think we must sit down as a committee, Chair, if kuyenzeka lokho, Chair, and sit with the president. Kahle kahle nina ne-DA yakho ikuphi interest yabantu abamnyama. Sikhathele ukuphendula i-presentation eyi-1 eshintsha njenge-slides ama-dota green. When you go to those schools azikho. I challenge you, Chair, akuhanjwe kiwe engodini njengamanje. Siphumeni senze oversight laphaya. Sifike siye kule sikole kuthiwa isiboshwa. Siboshwe ngempela lesa sikole. Chair, umntana omncane ongakwazi ukuthi aye etoilet isikolo hayi bo Chair ayikahle bo. Asike sibe nendaba nabantu Chair. Ngiyacela please. Asike nugrounda la Chair. Sike sithi manje umuntu i-department if ayikwenzanga lokhu within isikhathi esiso. Nazi izikole ezozikhipha ngamagama ukuthi nginyanga nje izikole eziwu-30 zobe ziphelele nazi amagama azo. Siyoyihlola siyibona. Makungenzakalanga lokho kumele ahambe lo phethe uhleleleni Chair. So ngiyacela Chair ukuthi asibe serious athathele abantu abamnyama noma abantu base-South Africa abahluphekile regardless the race sibabonelele ngokwempela senze into eyenzakalayo. Let's deliver Chair. Thank you Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Mkhize.
Before Honorable Mkhize, Chair,
Honorable Podlani.
will you give the Democratic Alliance the right of reply?
Sishaya sonke lana, Honorable Podlani. I'm not sure, but let's see how the conversation goes. Honorable Mkhize, I've noted your request, Honorable Podlani. Honorable Mkhize.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, Honorable Mkhize, I think you're referring to me.
Carry on, comrade.
Yes.
Honorable Pilasande Mkhize.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Chair, I think I'm covered in most things that my colleagues have said. I'm just going to raise maybe 1 or 2 issues. In the presentation, Chair, the presenter proudly states that thousands of schools are connected and are benefiting from the department for support. But when we go on oversight, Chair, sorry, I think that's not the reality that we come across in these schools that we've visited during our oversight. There's a school, Chair, in Free State. The school is called Chabelopele Primary School. That school is forced to dig into their own pockets for connection. They pay Minolta monthly, privately, to get internet connection because the government doesn't give them anything for connection. So it's really disturbing. Like Honorable Adil had said, that we are being fed lies here on these presentations, Chair,
because how does a school that is supposed to be depending on the government have to end up now paying from their own pockets to benefit for the benefit of the kids? There's a school chair in Davidson. The name of the school is Vezukona Secondary School. The school does have smart boards that are installed, but those smart boards are not working. They don't have connection. So what is the use of having all of these things if they won't have any connection? That's another failure from the department chair. I don't know if we should congratulate the presenter for successful connectivity when in reality, schools are crowdfunding their own internet. But I think we should call it what it really is, a complete abdication of responsibility, Chair. As I said, most of my colleagues had covered me when it comes to questions. I just wanted to raise these burning issues. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable Komani.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Take this opportunity to say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Amir. Let me start by complimenting the presenter and greeting all members of parliament, officials, and other visitors here. Madam Chair, it is very nice at some other stage that the arts are different. From the presenter, we found it very well that he's too much professional and is too good on an art of presentation. And we have to notice that it is very important to be good on art of implementation. We are quite aware that the combination or the collaboration of committees is proper. Then so, according to us from where we are seated, we found it incomplete. Because the presentation, if you can listen to it, you can definitely leave this meeting, go home and sleep, hoping that tomorrow things are going to happen. And then for the point that nothing will happen, why are we saying that? It's because these committees are not complete. We are looking forward to the a combination to be extended. We need a portfolio of energy and electricity here. Because of all that best presentation will never be implemented because we have the problem of electricity and energy. If we can't bring those people here to come and at least to listen, even if they can't do anything, to listen what is the mission and vision of other departments, then so we are going nowhere. Because of all what they are displaying here, it will never work. As far as we see, the infrastructure of electricity are being vandalized more and more. And if you can ask yourself, why is it that so high rocketing for vandalization? It's because immediately they do that thing of them of switching off the electricity. They got the best name there, load reduction. Is where they experience more problem than yesterday, in which is where people are stealing the cables and some other stuff. Then so we need, or let me say, we advise to the committees so that they one day engage or invite a Department of Energy and Electricity, so that we can know we are going to deal with a proper thing here. For the presentation here, we appreciate that they themselves said no broadband connectivity in rural areas. They are aware of that, and we can give them examples. I was last night at Zululand, Abatulusi, Kwamnyati. There is a school around there calling Bokwe Primary School. I was forced to leave that area in the morning because there's no connectivity there. The people of that place, all of them, if you found a person having a cell phone on his or her presence, it's just a matter of to be seen that he or he got a cell phone. It's not working for them. And it's not only that school. We got the school, the one I'm talking about is in Ward 5. The other one is Ngongolwane Primary School in Ward 3. The other one is Tamzang Primary School in Ward 1. All in Abatulus. The people of Zululand are without connectivity. And then when you listen this best and good presentation, really you will get lost. But to see to it that nothing is happening. But we wish if maybe they can take advices and comments from this committee, they will bring something. And then the other thing, Chair, is that let me direct it to ICASA if he's around here. Or if he's not around, we'll see to it that how do this message reach them. We will know more in a single day. We don't want to listen to a statement of finding a network supplier with non-compliancy, then you bring it to us without taking further steps on that network supplier. Like Cell C, they told us that here there is a non-compliancy. It is a disrespect to come and tell us these people are not complying. What is it is your responsibility to do if they are not complying? You must bring us a report that these people are not complying. We have took the step 1, 2, 3. And the other thing, Chair, we have to own what we pay with our money. Like our children when are buying data, we will call it data. These network suppliers, they must be in a knowledgeable standard that everybody, child or a parent who paid for the data, she or he must own the data. That thing of them saying the data will reach an expiry date, that thing is a daylight robbery. And ICASA, because he don't care of us, it is watching them because it is benefiting out of that expiry data session. Because we can't just buy a data and then when you want to use it, you are away because you are property. Some would tell you that your time is overdue, you have expired. That is a robbery. We are looking to it that the ICASA must do its job. Otherwise, we will never find ourselves with any level of progress if things will be like that. And the other appeal again, or maybe
Lastly, Honorable Komane.
You seem to be strict on me while you have gave people 15 minutes here alone.
Yeah, but that's so
I thought, but we don't know each other. Maybe I will say you are against me. You gave people time here. Okay, take your time and go. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Komane. Let's not accuse each other unnecessarily, colleagues. I've given everybody 5 minutes. I switch on the video and then I give you another minute. Honorable Chawuke Adonis, you've dropped your hand. You were next. I'm not sure if you still want to come in, Honorable Chawuke Adonis. Okay, I think she may have dropped out of the meeting. Should she come back, we will give her an opportunity. Honorable van der Walt, you are next.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. If I'm allowed to also, I see with this long meeting, my network is going down a bit. I did show my face also when the meeting started, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Madam. You may proceed.
Yeah, Chairperson, I just want to take us back a little bit because everybody we sort of continue on topics on paper and presentations, and as much as we appreciate presentations, we are really, really falling behind on the implementation. And correctly, we refer to the more vulnerable rural communities, but yet we're very slow to get implementation. And in fact, Cabinet approved the rollout of this second phase of the SA Connect project already in January 2022. 2. And the original plan of this whole thing was in 2013 when the first phase was launched. And we know that was for the 970 critical government facilities. So here we are, very soon, 4 years later, and we still sit here and make plans and we don't implement. And I must say, Chairperson, I think we have completely failed our objective of achieving 100% broadband access for all and government facilities within the set 36 months. Why are we allowing this to happen? And where is the new technology in the form of low orbiting satellites, which can, and I really want to know an honest opinion on why do the two departments defend the continued slow rollout of internet by SA Connect when thousands, literally thousands, we know we've got over 23,000 schools, these children remain without internet access and thereby placing them and South Africa at a generational disadvantage in learning and future competitiveness. Chair, we need an answer. We need an honest answer. And we need to know when. We can't keep on doing theory. And may I add, Chairperson, I would really urge the departments, the most vulnerable children, yes, in the rural communities, but are our children with special needs. Those learners in those schools must also be on top of the list. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable van der Walt. Honorable Abba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good day to you, Chair, and the honorable members in the platform. And Chair, because of the time, let me welcome both presentation in both department. And I welcome this presentation, Chair, and because, Chair, they are clear and fruitful to me. But also, Chair, I do have question. Chairperson, in the men of schools, I want to ask the department that what plan did they have to make sure that they educate or induct SGBs in the community who have children who are learning in each and every schools. Because I'm saying this, Chairperson, because in Katle Home, Chairperson, to the school so-called what is that? Tutopili secondary schools. In that school, Chair, it was digitized, that school. But because of the vandalization of the school and the criminal taking advantage of stealing these tools of trade in the schools, I think, Chair, we need to have a major security at schools. I think the department, they must make sure that they have measure of security in the schools so that these tools of trade, they won't be stolen. Because that thing, it take back the department, the government to go back again, because these children, they need these tools of trade. And also, Chairperson, in Tembisa, men of schools in Tembisa, they are still using the chalkboard in Gauteng. And if they have some digitized something, it will be 2 if it's not, it will be two if it's not 3 classes that they have digitization. And also, Chair, they are short of networking, the network, which is like fiber don't lock okufakwayo ukuthi lezi zinto lama tools of trade asebenze ezikolweni. My question, Chair, is that when are they going to digitize the whole schools rather than be 2 or 3 classes in Tembisa? Chairperson, I want to talk to the department about the issue of Wajolwayo primary schools. I'm just chair. The issue of Wajolwayo primary schools. Principal walapha ya victimize abazali. Abazali chairperson bayayizamela bayadayisa eceleni kwesikolo for ukuthi bazamela ukukhelisa abantwana. Lo thisha abazali sebestokile ukudla babeka la eceleni kwesikolo badayisela abantu ababo. Yena uyabamisa athi sadayisa yena. Bona bazoza after. Once nje kwahola le pension uyasa abantwana baphethe imali bazothenga akafuni badayisa abazali. Lo athisha victimize abazali because lesa sikolo esabazali. Akusona sika principal. I think i-department ayikuthathele phezulu lokho. Bangavictimize abazali bekhipha imali zabo bekhelisa abantwana ukuthi bayothenga khona bezothenga kibo baphinde babakhelise ebaxosha abazali ukudla kwabazali ize kumosheke konakala. Kukwajolwayo primary school eMsinga local municipality lapha ya kusemashunka bhalani phansi kwajolwayo indawo isikolo ijolwayo primary school. Lo principal ukhohlakele uvictimize abazali. Chairperson, sengiqeda nje sengivala my chairperson. Let me thanks i-department. Kwakunendawo lapha eThembisa ebeyinuka ibola kunuka yonke indawo eduze kwesikolo. Ngacomplaina chair. Yonke lento ilungisiwe isikolo sesi-right manje hygienic is on top now in that school Winnie Mandela Primary School. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Babanjaba. Honorable Alicia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, angisakwazi ukuvala lento ngisizeni lapho ngakini ijemile manje.
Siza njani mamkhizi?
Ijemile mntana.
Belumute nje. Honorable Alicia, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Allow me, Chair, I know this is not our practice, but allow me to have my video off because I'm also just using my phone and we are a very professional organization to have like funny videos. So if I can be allowed, Chair, to just have like a few minutes, I'll take less than 5. I don't know, Chair, if we can regard, I don't know if we can, Chairperson, regard it as progress if we have 500,000 learner tablets and 30,000 teacher laptops that have been given out in the last 3 years. And receiving a report that some schools have been connected to an extent and some haven't. Because I ask myself, how many learners do we have in totality for us to be expected to accept or even applaud such a report that is given to us? That 500,000 learner tablets have been in the past 3 years, Chairperson. I don't know what we are expected to do with that information, because that is a disgrace. If we can be expected to even deal with that or even consider it as a progress, because there's no such a progress, Chair. We really have. I'm not trying to repeat what my colleague from the MKP has said, but we really do have schools that are now using their normal budgets to buy computers and internet, which is not enough and is making a gap that we always talk about between the rich and the poor, you know. And that is something that the departments should consider, that, you know, they continue to spread and make this a gap between the rich and the poor are really bigger, and it is felt. And maybe another thing, Chair, I want to raise is that we must not be fooled by MTN and Vodacom, making us believe that they are assisting or donating in any way, because the internet that is being provided, like Komisa Mandla Shikwambana has said, that, often, and we asked them when they came to us, often they provide the very slow internet to these schools that can literally be used for administration than teaching. So they're not assisting us in anything. And we see how some companies are not doing their part. Like Cell C is specifically named for failing, to connect special needs schools as required. I want to know, what is the department doing about that? Because we cannot have people or companies that are not, doing their part when we are faced with the crisis. They're not telling us. They must tell us what they're doing to companies like Cell C that are not, keeping their part of the commitment or whatever is expected for us to do, for them to do. So for me, Chair, it's clear that there's a plan and there's some action, but the truth is that there is a severe lack of dedicated funding. There's a slow implementation, and there are broken promises from the department, from the partners, and this means that millions of learners will still be left behind. So maybe, Chair, a few questions for me is that the main problem here that I see that is presented by the department is that they don't have money. The original plan needed 30.6 billion, but Treasury, of course, Treasury didn't give it. They didn't provide it. But you have a department that adopted the budget. And I think we always ask the question that why do we adopt these budgets when they don't serve a purpose? The department admits now, here with us, that a budget that was there was a budget that was required but not allocated, which is forcing now provinces to use their inadequate share, right? And I find this as a, or maybe all of us should actually find this as a betrayal. Komisa Mandla spoke about this a little bit, that it is a betrayal to the promise that was made by the very same president in 2019, given that, the digital literacy is not a luxury anymore. It's an essential for future jobs. So why must it compete with the funding of textbooks and even like teachers' salaries? So the departments, maybe both of them must tell us if they are going to maybe have an urgent and a direct demands to National Treasury, and if that, because National Treasury always refuses. So what is their plan if the Treasury refuses? And maybe they must tell us. So CELSI has been in blatant non-compliance with its obligation to connect the special needs schools. And this is since a couple of years ago. So we want to know maybe their solutions, their solution to this. What has been the consequence? Because we always deal with people who don't keep their end of the promise, and then there are no consequences. Are they going to heavily fine them? Are they going to revoke their license? We must not play here, because if we're playing and there's no compliance, and people can then just do as they please, we are going to have a situation where we are told now that 200,000 tablets have been given in the past 5 years. We can't have that. This has become a matter of urgency. And maybe lastly, Chair, the report is full of excuses for me. If it's not COVID-19, it's vandalism. If it's not vandalism, it's the fiscal shortfall. When will government take responsibility, like full responsibility for its failure to execute? Because we have a problem of a government that keeps on. There's no department that ever comes in front of us and is not making excuses for not executing or implementing or doing whatever it is expected of them. So I think the ministers must set targets for themselves, and they must tell us what should be done to them should they fail, you know, to ensure that these commitments that they have, or these targets that they have put for themselves, what we should do. I think it should be them now who tell us what we know that they should resign. We know that they should just go if there's no political will to ensure that these things are done. Maybe they should just tell us bafuna senzeni when these things are not done. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kulishe. I'm intimidated now. Hey, whenever EFF speaks, you stop them. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Chair. You stopped me with a smile, I must say.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kulishe. I had two members who dropped off. Honorable Ngadi, I don't know if you are covered, and then Honorable Chawuke Adonis. Honorable Subrathi, I will only give you a chance if I can't get Honorable Chawuke Adonis. Honorable Ngadi, are you covered?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm partially covered, but I have two questions to add. Thanks, Chairperson, and greeting all protocol observed and the members, both committees. My question, Chairperson, yes, the presentation made, it's clear that the process made has been.
We have lost you, Honorable Ngadi. Honorable Ngadi. Okay, let's move over to you, Honorable Subrathi.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, good afternoon, rather, to yourself and to honorable members and guests on the call. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to engage the report briefly. Chairperson, I've been largely covered by honorable members in their discussions. I think maybe the accountant in myself talks largely to slides around about 25 onwards. I have a few questions around that. And whilst we appreciate, Chairperson, maybe just before I begin, I think in my background, honorable members will be seeing a picture of a school in the background. This is one of the schools. It's called Clarence Primary in my constituency area in eThekwini in KwaZulu-Natal. And we were honored to be involved in setting up a coding and robotics lab. And these are the learners at the opening of that lab there. So it is a difficult task, and this school has got 1,400 underprivileged learners, and we tried to intervene and assist them and find sponsors to set up this coding and robotics lab. I thought I'll just indicate what the background is about. So Jefferson, whilst we appreciate the cumulative spending of 7.1 billion in the various provinces on procurement of ICT resources, I noted significant variances in amounts spent between the provinces, and I think members have alluded to this. Example, where I come from in KZN, it's only indicating 180 million spent over 3 years, whilst a province like Northern Cape spent 540 million over 3 years. Now, obviously, we know the extent of the number of learners and the value spent. So what are the reasons for these variances, and what type of oversight is the department doing over these variances? I mean, to present this report to us is one thing, that's great, but clearly to me from KwaZulu-Natal, 180 million compared to 540 million to Northern Cape, there is a disparity. So is there someone looking at these numbers and asking question, is there internal oversight by the department over the provinces? And similarly, if you look at one of the next slides, 546,938 devices were procured for learning over 3 financial years, 2022 to 2024. KZN is the lowest with 5,239 devices. Northern Cape, by contrast, is 34,259 devices, and Mpumalanga with 174,000 devices. Now, what informs how these devices are procured? Again, what oversight does the Department of Basic Education have over these provincial departments, and particularly over the low acquisition? Again, KZN caught my eye. Similarly, in the similar vein, on slide 25, it shows nil For Eastern Cape, Free State, KZN, and Northern Cape, on the number of learners who received connectivity for learning and teachers who received connectivity for content delivery. Again, why is there this inconsistency? And maybe if someone can please educate me on what is meant by received connectivity for learning. And lastly, my question would be around SABC. Maybe I haven't been watching too much of SABC, but maybe my question is, because we have oversight over SABC as the Portfolio Committee of Communications, how is SABC contributing towards supported learning, utilizing their platforms? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Subrathi. Honorable Bodlani, I will give you 1 minute because you wanted to come in. I know it's not normal procedure to allow rebuttals, but I think because the issues that you were concerned about referred to the two ministers who come from your party and neither of them is here to respond, I will afford you that opportunity. Honorable Bodlani.
Thanks, Chair. I'm already on the road, so please excuse me for not having my camera on. The time that I have been in Parliament, it has always been practice that when we get into the portfolio committee, we remove our political head and we work as a collective. So I'm not going to go further than to say maybe this is something that you should enforce, to say when we get into the portfolio committee for the good of South Africa, we remove our political heads and focus on our work as parliamentarians. There is a time and place for us to be political, but not in the portfolio committee. Let me stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Bodlani. Can I check with the Chair of Basic Education if she has any questions she would want to pose before I ask mine, and then hand over firstly to ICASA and then the departments thereafter? Honorable Chairperson?
Thank you very much, Chair. And let's also join you in welcoming this presentation. It is a great improvement from the presentation we received in February, indeed. I think for me, Chair, it's really just comments. Firstly, that this is what we've been trying to kind of implore in the executive, that departments should not only be focused and stress about their KPIs. They ought to understand that cooperative governance, them working together, actually assist them to meet their targets and to meet their objectives. And as a result, you can see when these departments come together and they engage and they plan together, that there is actually much better coordination and much better clarity for us to understand exactly what is it that they have been doing and exactly what is it that they are planning to do. So my comments are, one is there is identified gaps. So the two departments went and addressed the questions we had. And in addressing these questions, they identified gaps. One of the major gaps that they have spoken about is the fiscal constraints. And the other one, of course, is the legislative and policy gaps. The other one, of course, it has to do with the operators. Now, what I want to propose, Chair, through you, is that can we have the department submitting to the both portfolio committees some form of an action plan that is drawn from what is currently in their APPs in terms of the progress that they plan to make in the distribution and procurement of devices to schools in the current financial year. So we need to know, when are you going to purchase new devices and where are you going to distribute them, and what is the budget? Is that budgeted for in the current medium-term expenditure framework? So I think that is going to assist with the questions we've been asking about timelines. What is your timeline? So that it also assists us and it gives us a scope of oversight, because we didn't have this joint sitting because it's a good to have, because we want to be seen doing something. But we want this oversight platforms to really assist to push the executive in a direction we believe it's important. So for us to be able to monitor and do our oversight that is targeted, we also need to know from the department what is it that they plan to do from today or from now until March, for example. Which are the areas that they would have covered, and they actually sit and detail that out with details, so that we don't come to the portfolio committee and we say everywhere else there is nothing. Because I know of schools that I have visited that there is connectivity. I know, and I was saying this in one of the portfolio committee meetings, that I was shocked when I went home to the village and my niece has a device that they received from school, and they come with to home, and they utilize that device to even study. But that was like few schools, because I then went around. I wanted to know how many of these learners have and how many schools, and it was few schools. So we need to get that kind of specific action plan that gives us specific, so that when we do our oversight visits, even if it's individual oversight visit by a member, you are able to look at that plan, and you are able to actually check if there is progress in that regard. I think that will assist. And that will also, in that plan that they should submit, they should also speak about this review of the policy that the Department of Basic Education must undertake. They must tell us when do they plan to do it. They must give us time frames on that. The other comment is that I actually I'm encouraged that the DG kept saying the data is available, the data of the schools where it's available. And I think DG, it would be important that you do furnish us with the data. You furnish us with the data of the schools where you've actually ensured that there is connectivity, but also the name of the schools where you did distribute devices, and how many of those devices have been used, and how many are operational. Because one of the questions we asked, which I have not heard, I have not had either departments responding to, was that we went to Northern Cape. There was one school, they had about 50 devices or more, and they were saying that we can't utilize these devices because we don't know the passwords. We don't even know, the teachers don't know how to operate these devices. So we want to know not only that you've distributed, but we want to know if they are being used, if they are functional, if they're being used. The issue of one of the presenters mentioned that perhaps the portfolio committee, the joint committee, need to bring all the other stakeholders who are important or central in the delivery or in the actualization of the Operation Pagisa. And I think that is a very important proposal. I think we should do it, Chair. We should look at, because I'm interested in understanding, and this is one aspect, the manufacturing aspect, because I think you might find that costing that has been done based on the commercial market and the prices in the commercial market. And we might need to think about how do we actualize this plan in a most cost-effective manner. So who are the manufacturers that are in the industry, and how do we engage them to say, look, we just need devices that are going to deal with the educational aspect. And as a result, we don't need to, how can we manufacture such devices at a cost-effective, in a cost-effective manner? So we might need to bring this, all these stakeholders, including the operators, including the departments, including the Department of Higher Education, because, when I spoke about how the department plans, the two department plans to support our learners who will be sitting for exams, especially in the senior phase. is that what you must understand, if you would have watched news yesterday, you would have seen that the Department of Higher Education is raising a serious issue about available spaces in the higher education sector. And I got very worried to say, what is going to happen to all these learners that are sitting for their examination, their matric examination? Where are they going to go next year? And now we must think about, it means we must think about some of the things that they're raising, online learning, for example. And where I'm seated, I'm saying, are our learners prepared for something like an online learning beyond just the basic education space? And as a result, when we do call everyone, we must also include higher education, Chair. We've taken a posture as a portfolio committee that we're going to address issues in a manner where we bring everybody together to the table, and we want to listen to them speak to each other so that they actually work together to provide solutions that are sustainable, solutions that are practical. So we would want to see, and I think we should actually consider that as the two portfolio committees of bringing everybody in after we've seen that implementation plan and after it has been submitted to us, so that we can be able to have commitments from all the other stakeholders on how do they ensure that we rapidly actualize that Operation Pagisa plan. The issue of devices for special needs school, and that is the last one. What we know and what we have gotten and what we've gathered when we visited this special school is that they are actually saying we spend 80% of our allocation, our standards and norm allocation on the devices, and the devices are very expensive. And I want to understand, because we've raised this question before with the DG of Basic Education, to say, well, then they don't have any other money to do anything, to deal with maintenance in the school and deal with the municipal bills. So how do you ensure that you also assist them with them with these devices that are very expensive? Because I hear you are saying you prioritize to them, but they're still spending a lot of money as they accept new students. They spend a lot of money on these devices. Chair, I will leave it there and hope that the departments will give adequate responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. You took very, very long, but then since you are co-chair, I had to allow a little bit longer time. So thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Nchabeleng, I see your hand up. We are done now with questions because we need to give the departments time to respond. This is notwithstanding the request from Honorable Law also for written responses on those issues. I just have very, very few questions also because we have time, so I won't expatiate. But I'm worried, firstly, and this is directed at ICASA. I would like to know whether ICASA has got any plans in place to review the universal service obligations. I think that we are very clear in this meeting that the USO, as it currently stands, with what it demands of the operators, is not working. Linked to that is whether there is engagement that is happening between DCDT, ICASA, and DBE on what the connectivity model should look like. So as and when we either review the current obligations or we're looking at new obligations, we take that into account. I think that's critical. We're talking about operators here, but at the end of the day, all of us agree that what the operators are obliged to deliver is not what is needed. So if I could just have a direct answer to that. The chairperson spoke about an action plan. I wanted to propose, DG, resources allowing, whether you would not consider having a dedicated project management office for this, which is going to be driving delivery from a comprehensive project management plan rather than just meeting on a weekly basis. I think it's very important. A structure of the nature, I don't know what I want to call it, but something like Vulindlela that's focused, on just delivery of this project and nothing else, and then would bring in all the operators. On the issue of satellite, DDG Sono spoke about the deployment of VSAT. Now my question is, why is that not the norm across? We know that it is Centec, if I'm not mistaken, that deploys that VSAT infrastructure. We're struggling in rural areas. It's taking too long to have fiber down. So why are we not going the satellite option? If I can just have a clear answer on that one. And then linked to also another issue that the chair had raised around manufacturing. How much of the content of these devices is either manufactured or assembled locally? And then again, in terms of end user support, how are you managing that? Is it part of the education assistance program? Are you getting young people trained to be able to look after these in the schools? Because I would assume that's part of the reason why you have the, what you may call it, the education assistance. My last question is, DDG Sono spoke about guidelines, which is the first time I've been hearing guidelines, and I've been asking this, maybe I did not know how to phrase it. He spoke about 30 laptops. He spoke about, I don't know what speeds, connectivity and so forth, about 4 or 5 things, including smart boards, that are supposed to form a package. Now, and he said these were guidelines from the regulator. Can you explain what you mean there? Because does it mean that when a school is to be considered connected, we would take that checklist that you're giving us to say, this is a connected school, it's got 30 laptops, it's got this, it's got this, it's got that, and then how is that being monitored and enforced? Because it's true what some of the members are saying, that you go to a school, you're told it's connected, it's just one router in the admin block. So if you could please help us there. I tried to be very, very short. Can I hand over firstly to ICASA, and then we will go to the departments. I'm not sure if the chair is here, but I know that Councillor Lewis is back in. Please, can I hand over to ICASA?
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can see me and I hope you can hear me. Just to indicate, the Chair is obviously chairing Council at the moment. I've stepped out of Council to join the meeting. We have had a team that has been monitoring the entire discussion and has taken detailed notes. So we will undertake, with your permission, Honourable Chair, to respond in writing to those issues that pertain to the work of ICASA. Just to indicate on your questions, as well as the inputs that have come from the various honourable members, have indicated this is indeed a very complex issue, providing universal access and service to schools, particularly in this case, but obviously it needs to encompass the whole of societies, not only schools. It relates to mobile coverage, it relates to provision of suitable content. There's a whole lot of issues that need to be dealt with in order to make sure that the majority, the overwhelming majority of our people have universal, affordable access to online services and online content. And what that means, and I think that's why this joint sitting of the honourable members of the 2 portfolio committees is actually a very important step on the way forward. It requires a whole of government approach. It's no good ICASA, for example, saying connect X number of schools and the Department of Basic Education is not involved. If you're going to connect schools, you need to be able to make sure that teachers are paid, that there's curriculum in place, that there's funding for security. There's a whole range of complex issues that need to be put in place. And in relation to the obligations that came out of the spectrum, there is in place a joint committee with ourselves, with the department, and with the licensees involved. And that indicates, and the work of that committee indicates, the importance of making sure that it is in fact a whole of government, in fact a whole of society approach, because it needs to be driven by demands coming from the parents and the communities in the areas that the schools serve. So make that point at the outside. In terms of a couple of the detailed questions, if I can just note your question about the review of the universal service obligations, we have a committee that's dealing with exactly that. There are a number of legacy obligations. For example, the mobile licensees are still required to provide community service telephones, whatever those are. So we need to be going through reviewing the obligations and making sure that we put in place obligations that are appropriate to the needs of society and to the needs of our broad constituency that are up to date and that are able or capable of being monitored and capable of enforcement. So that is very much an issue that's on our agenda as ICASA. Obviously, we can't do it alone, but there's a critical role that we will play in that particular area. Chair, there were a number of questions regarding consequences for failure to comply. When we impose obligations on licensees of one kind or another, be it schools or other obligations, our compliance department does monitor, does engage with the licensees, and does receive regular reports from the licensees. Typically, our intervention with a licensee that is struggling or is unable to honor its commitments is, first of all, to engage with the licensee to try and assist them to do what they need to do. But at the back end, you must always be carrying a big stick. And in our case, the CCC, the Compliance and Complaints Commission of ICASA, is that big stick. So a licensee that does not honor its commitments and is not able to revise their plans to do so will ultimately find themselves in front of the CCC committee as a consequence of the failure to do what they need to do. Can I also just in general emphasize the importance, and I think you raised it, Honourable Chair, it's no good that we have obligations in place if we don't know the extent to which they're working. It's very easy for a licensee to treat this exercise as a tick box exercise. Come to a school, put in place connectivity, tick the box, and then they've met their obligations. And that's not good enough. What we need to do, and we need to find the funding to make sure that this is done, is that we have independent third-party research that looks at the various obligations, schools connectivity, rollout connectivity, etc., and assesses the extent to which that's working and notes the areas where there are problems and where there are difficulties, so that that research can inform us as ICASA when we go forward to putting in place updated or new universal service obligations. If we don't know what worked, if we don't know what didn't work, we're obviously not in the position to do that. So we think that that is very important. Chair, in the interest of time, I'm not going to deal with, there are a number of other questions I noted down, the team will have noted down. With your permission, Honourable Chair, I will make sure that we do a written response to those issues that are relevant to us or in which we have an angle or an input. Chair, with your permission, I'll stop there. I don't know whether Ketu Metsi, who's the project leader of the committee, has anything that I've missed out. So with your permission, I'll ask her whether she needs to come in. Otherwise, I'll hand back to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis Kitumeti. Would you like to add anything?
Nothing to add at this point, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DDG Sono, do you want to come in so I can give the DG the last word?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the honourable members for the questions that were asked. Chair, there was a question on South Africa failing behind from Honourable Van der Walt. I think in Afrikaans would be Van der Walt, so I'm not good with reading Afrikaans, so but I tried. So, Chair, the question was, it was an SA Connect a question, and of course, it does impact on this particular work, and it was around why not considering new technologies such as satellite. I think there's certain realities that we need to face as a republic. As it said, all of us are having maybe smartphones in this meeting. At some point, I saw there were like 55 of us. But the devices that we have, smart as they are, at this point, they do not connect directly to satellites. They are connecting only to terrestrial networks. And if there are people who are having devices that are connecting to satellites, it's those that are having iPhones, and it's only on SOS, that is stress messages. So those that are having iPhones 14, 15, and 16 are able to send stress messages. And globally, there's only one company right now that is doing that particular service, meaning that any other satellite provider is not offering that. There's a process at the WRC as we're speaking right now to study what we call direct to device. So beyond WRC 27, we can start saying, do we use satellites to connect to our devices that we all continue to carry? Now, the services that we're seeing of satellites, and that's the reality, it's the devices that me and you, Chair, and the honorable members cannot walk around carrying. And I think that's should be the premise that while we're opening up for other technologies to use to try and address the problems that we're facing, terrestrial networks will still continue to be the primary connectivity that we need to be using. Indeed, such technologies, if they are available, they can be considered at schools as a way of connecting. And I did mention that satellites, while we're not using the high or the low orbiting satellites, but we are having the VSATs. And you did ask, Chair, why are we not using this particular VSATs as a means of connectivity? As we connect in schools, we're using obligations. It is not all the operators that are having the VSAT as a technology. So we're complementing and using the different technologies to ensure that we connect the different areas. But the rural areas mostly, if there's challenges, VSAT comes in as a means that the operators will consider beyond their usual terrestrial connectivity, Chair. Then, and I think and maybe the DG will do the closing here. We continue to collaborate as the departments, and I think it's better we are heading in the right direction, Chair. We have taken the cue from the meeting of February to ensure that we avoid working in silos. And there has been strides in terms of what we've been doing. I think we are heading in the right direction as the two departments. We've brought in members, MNOs, or let me say industry and associations to this joint meeting that we continue to have weekly. And I think the DG will respond to the issue that you had proposed, Chair, around setting up a PMO. It will assist in taking us further as the two departments. So let me pause there, Chair, then allow the DG through you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG Sono. DG Mweli.
Thank you, Chair, and to the two honorable chairs, the honorable members of both committees, for your comments and questions and guidance. I'm going to try and respond to questions that we are able to respond to now. The rest, Chair, let me assure Honorable Sharif that we are obliged to respond within 7 days, provide written responses within 7 days. I saw on the chart where she indicated that you must give us deadlines. My understanding is that it's 7 days from today. Honorable Magagula, asked whether provinces are meeting standards. Maybe let me start by saying, because Honorable Sharif also asked whether the roles are delineated between a national department and provincial education departments. Indeed, they are delineated in the, I think it's section 4 of the Constitution, concurrent functions and those areas that are not concurrent and those that are specific to provinces. The role of a national department is to develop policy, support, and monitor. And Honorable Sharif is right, the actual delivery when it comes to devices and connectivity, by law, it's a responsibility that is located within provinces. The role of a national department is to support and monitor. And our support, including helping them to deliver on their constitutional and legislative mandate. And we're doing that in many ways. I mean, convening Operation Pakisa was part of that. Developing policies that we've discussed here, White Paper 7 that we are reviewing, is our purview in the nexus of concurrent function. It's a responsibility of a national department. We don't abrogate that responsibility in any way and rather delegate it to anyone. It's a responsibility that we carry out. And therefore, the team that is led by Mr. Tabane will say something there. Within the fiscal means that provinces are able to navigate, they are doing their best to meet the required standards. And Mr. Tabane's team is monitoring. I do monitor. I go to all the 75 districts every year. I visit over 700 schools across the country. And I'll share some of the things that I also pick up. I do have people who specialize in these areas, but as somebody who's in charge of the administration, I go out and I sit down with districts, they present to me, I interrogate their presentations, I look at their plans, I look at areas of improvement, I look at areas that require attention, and we agree that when we meet next year, we expect things to be different. So that's how the monitoring is happening. It's happening from the experts. I also carry out that monitoring also. And the issue of provision of devices and connectivity, Chair asked us at some point, we should provide evidence of the things that we are saying. We send them copies of our engagement with 75 districts. The issue of ICT is in there. We're not just pulling it from nowhere, or maybe from nowhere. Let me leave it there. Honorable Nchabele, my humble appeal, Honorable Nchabele, is that if there's anything in this presentation which is a misrepresentation, I don't have to say this, I know that we'll be in trouble. We can't put something in there that does not exist. But I also want to be abundantly clear. We are not suggesting that every learner has got a device, every teacher has got a device, every school is connected in the country. It's not true that 24,000 schools in the country are connected. But what we have provided there in the presentation exists. I've seen it. I've been to it. I've just indicated that I visited over 700 schools, and I do that every year, including the 75 districts. The same response will and what is the impact of this? Maybe we must also share with you reports of the interviews that are held with grade 12 learners, where some of the learners are saying the tablets have really made a huge difference to them. They now have materials, and maybe I must also indicate, Honorable Chair, that content is locally developed. The first thing that gets into these devices is our curriculum. the curriculum of South Africa, which is developed in South Africa. Number 2 is textbooks. Number 3 is supplementary materials, which are necessary for teaching and learning. This is what gets into the content. It's all from South Africa. So when you speak to these learners from the interviews that we have conducted with them, those who have been provided with these devices, and that's why we've encouraged provinces that if they fall short to provide devices to every learner, they must make sure that at least grade 12 learners, as they leave our schools, have had an exposure to using devices. They've had an exposure for connectivity, so that when they go to HEIs and they have to start online, at least they've had some practice and they've familiarized themselves with the utilization of devices, whilst you are still battling to provide these devices to everybody in the system, so that those that are at the exit level at least are prioritized. As they leave, they at least leave with those skills that will keep them going. Of course, it would not be all the schools, but provinces have significantly moved in the last 3 years. Within the limited resources that they have, there is no money that government has appropriated and approved as money to roll out devices and connectivity to schools. That budget dedicated to do that, there isn't. Provinces within their own allocations have been trying to meet that need. And of course, Honorable Nchabeleng, learners are still carrying school bags. Even those who have tablets, they carry them. We've been to first world countries. The advice to many of us is that whilst you digitize teaching and learning, keep the conventional way side by side. Don't do away with it completely. Otherwise, you'll be ushering in a disaster. What happens if things are not working in terms of connectivity and so on? So first world countries are using a hybrid. So when learners are carrying books in their school bags, some of them are carrying tablets. And how do I know that? When I speak to them, they no longer take out a pen. They take out tablets and type what I'm speaking to them about. When I'm giving them the 5 tips of getting ready for matrics and how to be successful in your studies, they don't take pens and write on paper. They take out their tablets and they write on them. Some use their cell phones, those who don't have tablets. And that's the experience that I've had in meeting with these learners every year. Honorable Shongwe, okay, I've noted the school called Sboshwa, Engotini Primary, the problems around toilets. Mr. Mahada will prioritize that, get more details so that we follow up on these schools that you have pointed out. The monitoring, I've indicated that we do. Electricity is a problem, as it is a problem in the country, but is getting better in some areas and so on. And I've noted that no connection in Khayelitsha in the Eastern Cape. We'll look at how that affects teaching and learning. Well, I've indicated our priorities, and we've given you a table of special schools that benefited from our working together with network operators. We've given you there, we can give you the details of the name of the school so that you go and also check the things that we say have been done and establish whether they are lies or not. Honorable Mkhize, yes, some of the schools are not connected, but some are connected. We can't say that nothing is happening. I don't belong to that world because I've seen it. I can't say there's nothing that exists from what I have seen from the schools that I'm visiting. The Zukona school in Davidton, the smart board is not working. We'll follow up with the district and Gauteng there. Honorable Komani, yes, there's a need for us intergovernmental relations has also been emphasized by the chair of the Portfolio Committee for Basic Education, including the chair for communication. Vandalism, indeed, there is vandalism in school, there is theft. It's a major drawback to the efforts that government is making. We've put that in as a challenge. The issue of resources also, we've put it in because, honorable chairs, it is my humble understanding that appropriation of budgets is done by national and provincial legislatures. And the reason why we put it under challenges, we are saying, will be deemed to have abdicated our responsibility if you had given us money to roll out devices, to roll out connectivity, and we failed to do that. And I would say, indeed, I have failed you. We are coming to you, we're saying, we worked out the budget. We worked out the amount that is required to roll out, to provide devices to every learner, to every educator. It went up to 30 billion. We looked at different permutations of getting this even cheaper, and we couldn't elicit any positive response from National Treasury or even including government as a whole. We're told that that money you can't find in government. We must forget about it. And that's why provinces, after a while, they waited. Then in the last 3 years, they said, with a little that we can, provide for this, let's find ways. And that's why there are varied provisions from one province to the other. Honorable Taba, training of SGBs, we don't necessarily train them on e-learning because teaching is not done by them. But there are programs that are addressing issues of provision of materials as part of the SGB. SGBs are really trained on that. Many schools in Tembisa still use chalkboards, indeed, as it is the case throughout the country. I've said that we are not saying all schools, are using smart boards. And I also respectively disagree with Honorable Chabeleng that smart boards are used solely for broadcasting. They are also used for teaching, but they can be maximally utilized if you use them for beaming as well. So, Honorable Belisha, 500 schools provided with tablets. I've explained why. There is no money. There's no dedicated budget for that. I would agree with you. Some schools use their own budget to make provision for this. But we've made sure that from an administration point of view, and what do I mean? At least a computer with a means of connectivity every school should have. And Mr. Tabani can then explain as to what are the different provisions that we have made for each and every school to have connectivity in terms of administration. And where we are lacking is in the area of teaching and learning, as it has been indicated. Chair, I'm almost done. Honorable Mgadi said progress made has been inadequate. I agree. We should be very far by now. Honorable Subrathi, what are the reasons for variances between provinces is what provinces are able to afford at a given financial year. There is no budget dedicated for this, where either at national or provincial fiscus, it is said that this is dedicated for, except for Gauteng at some point, had some focus on ICT, including the Western Cape. What does it mean to say received connectivity for learning? It means you can use computers or devices for teaching and learning to deliver the curriculum. As I've made a distinction, every school should be able to run its administration to provide data, to respond to queries, to respond to requests from the district, from the province, from national. At least every school must have a laptop or a desktop and connected in one way. By 3G or so on, we've heard that the 2Gs and 3Gs are actually being phased out. We are looking at something with a much higher speed. Contribution of SABC through their learning programs, they do contribute. We have our own TV as a Department of Basic Education for Teaching and Learning, but SABC, we've got an arrangement with them. They are running programs for different grades, different subjects. They are helping a great deal. And honorable chairs, the chair of the portfolio committee proposed to submit a plan to deal with gaps identified. I think we embrace that, including purchasing of devices. We can even share with you how the costing was done, how we had intended to do the rollout, so that you probably look at what we did and check whether it's something that is feasible. And we'll also provide a list of schools that are connected per district. Mr. Tabani, within 7 days, we must provide that list of schools that are connected per district, forwarded to the joint committee chairs. Are the learners ready for online learning? I think I've spoken to this, that part of what provinces are doing is to prioritize also grade 12 learners in providing devices and in making sure that at least as they leave schools, they've been exposed to the utilization of devices and to deal with digital materials. The issue of ICASA, I think ICASA responded to it. Dedicated project management plan and a PMU. As I've said, if we get the financial resources, we'll definitely need to get a project management unit to coordinate and manage all of this in the country, Chair. So that we embrace as well. The issue of satellite options was dealt with by Mr. Sono. Where are the devices manufactured? I think I've got a very faint recollection and even knowledge of this. My own take is that most of them outside the country, if there are any devices that are manufactured in the country, I'm sure Mr. Tlawani can shed light on that. My sense is that they would be very limited. DCDT guidelines, I thought Mr. Sono would have covered that one as well, Chair. So, Chair, just 2 minutes. Mr. Tlawani, anything from your side?
Thank you very much, DG, honorable chairs and honorable members. Yes, DG, just a few honorable Magagula asked if Gauteng and Western Cape are meeting the standards. They're actually exceeding the standard in terms of connectivity, that the speeds that they're providing in terms of their provincial broadband plans exceed what is actually offered through the SA Connect. Honorable Nchabeleng, well, I would be interested to know where the 6% of teachers that have been trained came from. Maybe it might be one of the slides that was not understood, because on slide number 57, we reported over 388,000 teachers trained. And with a population of just under 450,000 teachers in the country, 338 will surely not be 6%, but I note that it might be coming from one slide that is not understood well. And the 380,000 must also be understood, as we said, that is cumulative, and because of the emerging nature of technology, some of the teachers have been trained more than once. So it mustn't be understood as a head count, but a considerable number of our teachers have been trained on ICT usage, and surely not 6%. The Honorable Shongwe, the 80% that is demonstrated on the map, that you saw there, as I indicated, that once the map comes live, schools that are not connected will be able to see them. They will
Mr. Tabani, you're
be
breaking badly.
reflected in red. And I should have said that. I didn't say that I using it on. DG, is it better?
Yeah, you're breaking badly. I can see the chair is about to come in and call you to order for breaking badly.
Okay, DG, it should be blamed on DDG Sono. But can you hear me now, DG? Is it still bad?
Yes, Mr. Tabani, proceed.
Oh, okay. Yes, I was saying, yeah, I noted the comment and the observation by Honorable Shongwe, and I'll take the blame, Honorable Shongwe, that I should have explained that once the map goes live, all schools that are not connected are going to be reflected in red, and only schools that are connected are going to be reflected in green. I did not say that, and I take responsibility for that. What you saw there, it's not a live map. We are now mapping schools onto the application so that we can geolocate each one of them as to where it is. So we are at the stage where we are putting every single school that is in the country on the map. And once each school has installed the app, that's where we will be able to see the live report on that. So your comment is noted, and yes, it's based on insufficient information that I provided. Yeah, the variances. Yeah. The other two questions that I thought I would respond to, DG has responded to, that is on variances and connectivity for teaching and learning. DG responded to that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Chair, thank you very much. I know that at times we made you very angry, but you did not become so angry as to say at some point that everything that we have said is lies. But I want to thank both of you, thank honorable members, and commit to be sending information on other matters that we have not covered in our responses in writing within 7 days. I'll make sure that it happens. I'll work with the DG of DCDT that we all meet that deadline of 7 days. Thank you ever so much, and thank you for your guidance and your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG, Mr. Tlhabane, DDG, Councillor Lewis. Thank you for those responses. And indeed, DG, we are heartened by what we are seeing as progress. I think the challenges are daunting. It's still a long way off, but I think the spirit within which you are approaching the issue of dealing with these silos and the fragmentation and the duplication and looking at the bigger picture really gives us reason to believe that we may be getting somewhere. There were a number of very direct recommendations, which I'm hoping that I know you've noted, but that we can at least move on. The structured fact-finding process, I think it was the very first honorable member who spoke, and oversight on rural communities. I think we'll want to take up your invitation where you said that we should actually conduct oversight on some of these schools and see that. The issue of needs-based assessment, I think you responded to that. And I think linked to that is the issue of the financing model, where you have put it back on our laps, a challenge that I think that we will take up as the joint committee, understanding though that what comes to Parliament is as a result of what you colleagues have agreed on in government. And while we may have priorities, sometimes it is a bit difficult to change that. But we will look at engagements with the treasuries as you had proposed, but also with the original equipment manufacturers. I think the Portfolio Committee on Communication does have a long outstanding meeting with the OEMs. So we will be raising some of these issues that you have spoken about, but also hoping on your side, you're going to look at how you leverage some of the CSI programs in one so that they don't go around doing their own things in schools and you can't account. There was a request that you must publish that list of schools that are in the baseline, which I know you've noted, and then the action plan on the identified gaps as well. So I think maybe with those also as markers for us to see that we're making progress, we'd really appreciate it. So our sincere thanks again. We weren't angry with you today. I think we're angry with our department, DCDT. And we're hoping that they will realize how seriously education takes this matter, and education is their client. So at the very least, at least some of their top leadership should have been here. It's unacceptable. While we appreciate the knowledge and wisdom of DDG Sono, it's very unfortunate that neither the minister, deputy minister, or the DG was not here. So we will take that up with them. Members, I just want to address one issue quickly as we close. We have for the longest time, I think, as we've been in these committees, most times treated each other in a manner that does not get temperatures up and create unnecessary divisions. I do understand that we do represent different political parties, and at all times there will always be temptation, to take a dig at this or other party. But I want to request that in the meetings, some of these inflammatory issues, can we try and manage them? I know that I can't gag you. You insult my president all the time, and I'm owning him now because you disowned him. But let's try and manage it, especially when we know that the people who can respond to that are not on the platform, as is the case that happened today. So I truly, truly appreciate all of you continuing to engage robustly, and we will always protect the right for you to do so. Chairperson, I am done and will declare the meeting closed unless you would like to make any final remarks. Honorable Chair. Okay, Limpopo network has gone off. Mr. Sono, you have become very famous. Everybody knows where the problems are. We look to you. So, colleagues, thank you very much. I know that members need to also race to the House. So let me declare the meeting closed and wish you a pleasant afternoon further. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair and members. Thank you very much.